This game is just never ending, dude. It's actually crazy how much content this game has. Like... There's just so much to explore. Oh. 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 I love this big fleas so much. All right. Oh, ouch. You know, I'm gonna go under. Oh wait, I can't. Never mind. No, I'm not. Good morning, Fabulous. What's up, buddy? Dude, these poison bugs are like... are so fucked up. Alright, chat. So, when we left off, we had this quest. We need to build a powerful trap. We need the maiden soul, the hermit soul, and the snare setter. Now the thing is, where the... He said I need to go to the mossy place. So I guess we're going to Moss Home. Oh, you're getting close to the end and then it's at Act 2. Still wondering what's up with his body with the mask on in the background.
Frank.
Madam, I return seeking power to aid construction of a trap at the request of your sibling residing atop the citadel. Aye, Hunter, so you managed to rouse the old fool. I've known it coming, felt it, and glad I am. The rest of my family spent far too long huddled and glum, or dead. Not me. I'd always been thinking it a waste just to take what's coming when her up top wakes. Better to fight for freedom or go out in a blaze, oh ho. Oh. He just gives it to me. Okay. Well, that's easy. I want to go back and see where I need to go now, because I'm not really sure. This guy should be able to tell me. You didn't spawn for you right away? Oh, that's weird. When you're wanting that trap made, you best get to collecting. Buried in the warren of bells at Farloom's core seeks my sullen uncle that one has power to spare. Okay, Bellheart. What if the chapel maid was supposed to tell you? You know, that probably would make more sense. How hard are bosses compared to Hollow Knight? The bosses in this game are definitely a lot harder. I mean, I don't think they're necessarily, like, unfair, but... The thing is, not everything does 2 contact damage. Like, fat enemies do 2 contact damage, but... Is it the crazed hermit? So the slave comes seeking. I've heard it. Wishing on a world cut free, yes. Along with my nephew up there. Sounds he's sunk as simple as you. Will you not provide your aid, Bug? This trap he plans requires power, and I suspect you're hoarding more than most. Oh no, I'll give it. Not in the hope you'll succeed, and that there's slim chance. I give it just to see that restless energy unleashed. So much soul, found and formed. Generations of it, all going to waste. Better it's given a chance to blaze. Oh, right, it's literally called the Hermit's Soul. I probably could have figured that one out if I actually used my brain. Alright, so wait, what's the last thing I need? Snare setter. Okay, yeah, I don't know about that one, though. Wait, could I talk to him more to figure out... Hold on, let's see. We need no more to speak. Go and spin your spider's web. Allow our kingdom's restless souls its chance to blaze. Okay. He's not gonna tell me. Damn it, I always do this. I wonder how many times I've gone to this. The Grand Bellway is like the location to go, because when you go to the Grand Bellway, then you get access to the tube system, so you can go all around this zone. When you're wanting that trap made, you best get to collecting. I'll point you towards where it's needed. For the base, we'll be needing a weapon of Weaver's Pass. Search down low, asides the Path of Bone. Inside their largest nest is a snare device, one to set a ruin of searing silk. Weave Nest Alpha, I guess? Alpha's probably the biggest one, no? All the other Weave Nests have been tinier, so... Alright. I think Weave Nest Alpha. Yeah, I'm in Act 2. Yeah, it is kind of weird that Bellheart doesn't have an elevator. I feel like it should. Alright. Hold on. I'm gonna go get a drink real quick, chat. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, I watched Midnight Mass. I thought it was alright. Why do people on YouTube keep saying that I'm doing a speedrun? I don't have speedrun in the title. Huh? I am a speedrunner doing my first playthrough, chat. Yo, what's up, Lobos? Have you been playing Silksong, or are you waiting? Oh, this game is so fucking good, dude. God, I love it so much. Also, we should, I don't know if you have, like, a team for the Deep of Night mode, Lobos, but if you want to group up for that when it comes out. I think Ain was interested as well. The good old Anus. You go out of town Thursday? Oh shit, you're going out of town when it releases? Oh, that's rip. Well, we could play when you get back. But, well, we could play when you get back, but obviously we're gonna be pretty well versed in the new mode. Eva, I am seeking a tool told to be somewhere in the structure. It is a snare device of Weaver make. Do you know of it? I may, lady, search over from here on side where the moss meets the nest. There my mother built their tools, all traps and bindings. Small things, but tests for larger forms. I still remember their thoughts as they worked, their desperation and their hunger, another hopeless attempt to wrest their freedom. All ended in failure, of course. I like how she doesn't even tell me anymore. She just tells me once. Wait, so... maybe below? She said where the moss meets the nest, right? Unless she well, alright, let's go, let's go all the way to the left first. I don't know if that's correct. There is moss here, though. This was Moss Mother? Yeah. I just thought maybe there would be something here. Alright, well, let's go up. Hey, Natsa, thank you for the 3 months. There's only one enemy I've found that does 3 damage so far. Okay, wait, let's look below. Do I like this more than Hollow Knight? Probably, yeah. I mean, I always loved Hollow Knight, but I will say I think one of my biggest complaints about, well, okay, it's not even a complaint, but I wish Hollow Knight was harder. I mean, all of the DLC content in Hollow Knight is like pretty good difficulty-wise, but yeah, the Wanderer's Crest is insane. Like, look how, I don't know, the Wanderers in my opinion feels like the best. Man, I don't know where is this fucking trap though? I feel like I missed it in the weave nest. I mean, I don't see any breakable wall there. Okay, chat. Can you answer this question for me? Is it in the nest? Yes? Okay. That's kind of what I assumed. Alright. It's gotta be in that area that I was looking through then. I guess I just missed it. She gives you a hint? I mean, I know. I already talked to her. Unless you're talking about the belt or the maiden. Okay, well, she said it's where, okay. She said it's where moss meets the nest. Oh. I think we found it. Nice. Oh man, this game has been so fucking good, chat. Been so much fun. Back to Bellheart. Yeah, you need double jump. Game of the year? I don't know. I'll have to finish the game first, but honestly, for me, I do kind of feel like, well, I don't know. Expedition 33 was really good, but I do kind of feel like, I don't know. I do think this game could give Expedition 33 a run for its money, but... Oh wait, no, not here. Sure, I have the items requested. Craft me your trap that we may see these lands free. Found it all, did ya, bell ringer? Then join me and let's get to prepping. I'll be assing both your silk and your claws for the construction. Will I play Borderlands 4 when it comes out? I don't know, I was interested in it, but there's the new Night Rain mode as well. Honestly, I think it comes down to like if the new Night Rain mode is good or not. It's done, the parts are prepared, I'm heading up now to set the heavy thing. Honestly though, chat, I'm very interested in like speedrunning Silksong. I don't know if I'll be able to like... I mean, at the end of the day, speedrunning is just how much you practice, right? So like... There are a lot of really, really good Hollow Knight runners, which makes it a bit daunting, I guess, but this is a different game after all anyways, so... What about Baby Steps? Well, Baby Steps doesn't come out for like 3 more weeks. It's done, the parts are prepared. I'm heading up now to set the heavy thing. Even with the trap laid, best be guessing her on top won't go down so simple. She'll sense what's coming. That blade of yours is gonna have to do its work for this thing can snap. I'd expected such, sir, and I'm ready. Set your snare, I shall attend shortly. Yeah, of course you could speedrun 100%. Speedrun anything. But the thing is, I will say 100% in this game is going to be a lot more work because of the quests, I think. Assuming the quests... Assuming all the quests are needed for 100%, I don't know. It's gonna be a really, really long category. Because another thing about the quests is that you can't just like... You can't just grab all the quests at once. You know what I mean? Like, the quests unlock in succession. So like, you're not gonna be able to just... You can't just pick up every quest and then just go do them. It's like, you gotta do this quest and then go back and turn it in, and then a new one will appear when you talk to this NPC. I don't know. 100% in this game is definitely gonna be like a lot more work than in Hollow Knight, I feel like. Ain't you come a long way, Bellringer, granting wishes, saving bugs, even rousing my soul and family to act. The snare set above are power bound along its thread. To your sight it may seem a crude thing, but there's fair strength to it, enough to quell a god. You and your family have done me well, sir. I shall prove your faith in the meeting ahead. Aye, bring your best, Bellringer. Call forth our great pale god, cut her weak, and then drive the beast down atop the snare. Contact made will stir the snare alight, but only your needle song will awaken the spell in full. When that moment arrives, you'll see it clear. Oh shit. It's time. I feel like the music is so loud here. Yeah, we're still in Act 2. Start. Well, we fought this boss while cursed before, so this is a lot easier now. Play the music. Oh God. Oh shit. Ads? I'm so sorry. I really should have played ads before I started the boss fight. I'm sorry, chat. I don't choose when to play them. Oh God. The bad ending, not true. Yeah, I think I realized that now. Well, you know what? 3 out of 5 endings. All right, well then, shit, I don't even know what to do now. I guess we'll see. I used the needle in. Was I not supposed to do that? I mean, binding is the other ending. How do you know there's 5 endings? Because chat told me. My save got deleted. Yes, I'm sure that happened. Oh. Oh. Oh, shit. Okay. Is it about to start Act 3? Oh, damn. This game is insane. It really is. Oh, shit. Abyss. Jesus, man. This game is so crazy, dude. I have 1 health.
Friend.
New object. Wait, where the fuck am I? I am nowhere. Discovered the fate of Farloom. This is scary. That wasn't the final boss. Well, it's a final boss. What about your new home? Oh, no. Maybe it'll be fine. Oh, I'm kind of slow. Ooh. What about the fleas? They're in a safe place. I think they're okay. Wait, I can't move. Oh, I'm stuck on them. Oh. There's a light. I haven't figured out anything with the enhanced harp. I like how when you hit this, there's like smoke that appears. Hey, Brog boy. He's voided up. Clicking the right stick is. I don't know. I don't even think... Is that like a void thing? Like now that I don't even feel like I could do this before. The taunt? It tracks enemies. Oh. I had no idea. Well, somebody mentioned pressing in the right stick before and I did it and like nothing happened, but maybe I had like no silk or something when I did that. I don't know. Well, parry is like a skill you have to equip. Oh. Why didn't you grab the ledge? Oh, this game has been so fucking good, dude. Ow! Oh, it was a good run. Oh! Hello. Oh, God. Oi, Red Maiden, 'tis a prayer answered to see you safely wake. Little Sherma, what has happened here? To our safe haven, our home, this is what's left of it after the great breaking began. There was that terrible noise from above. Everything shook and fell apart, and the black thread sprung up from beneath. Many a poor pilgrim has already been lost to this destruction. You might have been too if not for some fleeing pilgrims who found you fallen and carried you back to us. The black threads, I may understand their source. I must speak with the old caretaker. Do you know what has become of him? I see he has left you his garb. Oh yes, he charged me with looking after those remaining here, said he had to confer with his family down below. Down below, then they have sunk away to hide in their ruined chapel. Must pay them a visit. Thank you, Sherma. Stay safe and take care of your fellow pilgrims. Dude, this is crazy. What a calamity has befallen our holy citadel. I ain't never seen anything like it in my long life. Times like this, we must help each other. Dig deep, dear one. I'll be needing a lot of rosaries to survive what's coming. The whole map has changed. I don't know about that, but I imagine a lot of stuff has changed, potentially. Ooh, what new horror now besets us? Is this fresh punishment for our sins or yet another test to prove our faith? It is neither, good bug. In this disaster you bear no blame. Hold close to your companions, and I will work swift to see this madness stilled. Oh, if we're no longer pilgrims, what are we? Can I change my crest? Oh, it unequip these. Interesting. These guys are dead now. Oh, wait. Shit. The whole game changed. Well, I don't know about the whole game change, but the enemies are buffed up now. Okay, well let's just go where we're supposed to, because like I want to explore, but I think we should follow the quest. Oh, no fucking way, dude. You mean go to the tube again? There's nothing there. Locked, man. Oh, at least Beastie Boy is okay. Thank goodness. Oh, God. No! No, not... No! Please tell me the fleas are okay, at least. Oh, man. Maybe we can save him. We just gotta... Oh, God. Holy shit, what have you become? Can only hit its face. Oh, it's his butt. What the? That's not good. He's attacking with butt and head. Well, what's crazy about this game is it's cheaper in certain regions too. Like in... I think the game's like $10 in some location. The thing is, Team Cherry has made so much money and they're not greedy. Like, they just want everybody to play the game. I was gonna say, I feel like you could probably still hit him during that, even though it's not that big of a window, but... Jesus! Hello. Yep. Have fun today. Alright, let me use my tools. I will say, I don't use my I don't know. I don't use tools as much as I should, but to be fair... Well, I don't know. Like, look at this. We have nearly like 1,000 shell shards in storage, so we really should use it more. You do go through them really fast, though, on boss fights. Like, if you're dying to a boss over and over again and you're spamming them, you can run out pretty quickly, I think. Wait, am I using the anti-maggot charm? Oh, I am. Yeah, that's stupid. Oops. Jesus, dude. again! These stupid bells, dude! Oh, I think we got the butt. Oh! Oh! Our boy! He fucking murdered him. Hey, buddy, where are you? You want a song? Yay! Good boy.
Ada.
Have a lullaby. Oh, he has babies. Well, she has babies. Mimic the song of the bell beast. Well, maybe it's maybe we haven't met the wife. I don't know. The beastling call. Mimic the song of the bell beast. Summon the beastlings and return together to their mother. Wait, are you saying I have a homeward bone now? Kind of. Hold on, let's go outside and do it. Whee! Damn. Oh, that's so cute. Alright, let's go to Bone Bottom. Oh, we go with the little children now. Check the fleas. Alright, fine. We'll go check the fleas. I think they're okay, chat. They're in a... We found a safe spot for them. I don't think they're affected down here. I don't think they're even affected. They're chilling down here. Our travels have ended, and now soon the world will also have ended. Such bitter of times brew with friends is most sweet. Miss Hornet, I must tell, we've seen evidence nearby of a hunter of our tribe, a flea that seeks fleas. As pungent and gruff as their sort often are, they're still useful to have around a caravan. A flea of their rare skills settled among us could offer defense and more. You'll still be helping grow our town. Search them out up atop the muck-choked ducks. Oh, my treasured guest would need... Oh yeah, wait, so... Hold on, let's go to the top of the ducks then, I guess. Ooh. I guess up here, maybe? Jesus Christ. These fucking enemies are so fucking annoying. Oh my god, this... Okay, I shouldn't try to do this skip. We should just go the normal way. We should just try to go the normal way, I think. The skip is so awful to do. I like how I can't even make it up there. Because this... It's like, this bug is so good at fucking zoning you. It's insane. I'm going for the skip. Wait, where's the bug? Wait, is it the bug from the start that normally chases me? Oh wait, no, it's that guy. Wake up. Well, I don't know. There's nobody here. I don't know. The What do you mean keep going? There's nothing. There's... Unless you mean keep going with the song, I guess. But I don't have enough soul, and I don't think the song... Oh. on. I think my... What the heck is up here, dude? Oh! Oh! Bug not flea, why must you bother me? The spot is mine, fair fought and earned. I won't stay long, madam, nor would I contest your right to this cave. I've encountered several of your fellow fleas united in a caravan. Perhaps you would consider joining them? Yours seems a hardy hide, and I fear alone they lack the strength to survive long in this land. Caravan, grr, felt it in my fur. Time for a change. If caravan is close, then my task these lands may near be complete. No. Much talk I gave, you leave me, meet again at caravan amongst good fellows. There I share my learnings of fleas and farloom. Till then, rest I need, off bug. Oh, what if he's gonna give us like the map? You still here? Bug not flea is rest I need before I leave for caravan, not chat. You feel trouble type, make my shell tense. I shall take my leave, madam. Stay strong on your own journey. May we meet again at the caravan amongst your fellows. Oh, Vogue is a lady. Oh! Cool. We're back here. Okay, well, let's go to the caravan and say hi. This game just keeps getting better and better, dude. It's honestly, it's incredible. There he is. You remain, bug not flea. Would you seek service of me, eh? Mine is knowledge much, the places of the lost little ones heard and smelt across the caves. You help find and bring, best we come together, we fleas all, now that times turn dark. Oh. I've marked your map, see the learnings of lost fleas. If you are as brave as told by fellow fleas, seek them, save them, for a caravan whole. Cool. Oh, there's one that we missed in Bilehaven. There's also one in Pilgrim's Rest. We actually got a fair amount of them, though. Okay, there's one in Mount Fay. Alright, let's go back to Bone Bottom. Cowards, here you hide, even as you cause your own land's demise. Oh. You seem displeased, old one. Oh, we only did as you asked, yes. The snare is sprung, the creature consumed. You bound it to that void. Don't play daft, you should well know our family's fixation. Surely you had a hunch. How else could we hope to trap one of your pale kin or see her consumed with insatiable efficiency? And you have miscalculated gravely. The White Knight, she fell with the mother. Oh, the quakes, yes, we have felt their force even here. So the mother resists the dark to save the child? That is my guess. I must descend to the void below and see clear that truth for myself. Oh, how unfortunate. All of Farloom will fall to her flailing. So it may, but I will not watch idle while it crumbles. The groaning docks beyond the caverns of bone. There I have seen a vessel able to pass below, a heavy bell built for descent. I need only gain access and an operator to assist. I will investigate the docks and uncover the means. You'd be the first in an age to dive so deep, old one. The space below remains long unseen, even to our family. Those depths, I am more prepared than most. I will reach the base of this land and know the truth of the new disaster we together have wrought. Oh my god. We're going deep! Deep docks. Wait, can I talk to them? Quakes, this collapse will take Farloom all. If the void doesn't claim it first, surely you've seen them. The black threads that rack your lands. The dark leeches up, possessed upon the fallen monarch's silk. Farloom's roads were not safe before. Now they'll prove impassable. Those pilgrims still alive in your lands best huddle and hope. There could be another end to this. It's up to us to discover it. Flickering flame, 5 masks, swirled soul, brought and boiled, 4 stones, rage-baked, crushed powder coarse. 3 shells fresh from pilgrims fallen to contain an age. Alright, to the deep docks. Can you fast travel from anywhere? Yeah, so once you get to Act 3, you get an ability that lets you teleport. You like the beast babies will come and bring you to the mom. Forge daughter, these black quakes that now rack your lands, I'm seeking to see them quelled at their source, below the lakes of flame. You wish to descend so deep, pointy bug. It is true these docks possess a craft capable. Alas, we ourselves cannot help. Whether Farloom's health or fall, our charge ties us to this forge, always. Ballo, there's the bug to ask, and if our fate is as dire as your actions suggest, we are sure he is only needing of some quick convincing. Who the fuck is Ballo? Oh, this guy. I couldn't remember this guy's name. I figured it was him, though. Sir, I have need to head below to the Lakes of Flame. There is a diving bell at the base of the structure that seemed fit for the task. I require it opened and an operator to send it deep. As one of few upon these docks with mind still sound, that role must fall to you. Can't you see I'm busy, miss? Ain't got time for naught else while the shoveling needs doing. Choose to aid me now, or all your efforts will soon be wasted. This kingdom crumbles. Its collapse is inevitable. If you wish for your work and your life to continue, you must help me. Now. Oh, so it's gotten that bad, I guess. If that's how it is, I'll be your bug. Meet me below at the diving bell. We'll see if I can get you ready for the drop. Oh, man. Some of these abilities you get so awfully late, I think it's not good. Well, what if the game, there's a lot left of the game? Like, that's the thing, right? Oh yeah, this was the Flintstone bucket. Yeah, I still have no idea what that's used for. Unless, wait, is that... Did I... Yeah, I don't know. Oh, it's this bell. An old diving bell. Its door is shut tight by an ornate clamp. Wait, where is he? Wait, ornate key. Wait, where's the fucking guy? Oh, here he is. Oh, miss, how's all this then? Lots of dials to be tracking, but at least the controls seem in good order. From here I can guide your bell down, best as any bug. Then you've no prior experience with this type of transport? No one does, miss. Thems who used to dive are all long dead or cursed to half-life. Ain't there no bug left alive been's brave or stupid enough to try. Till now, at least. I'll work its best I can. Can't do much more, I'm afraid. At least the forgings of these docks were built to last. Now we's only gotta pray they hold for you. Here's the key that'll see you inside its metal belly. Pop in there once you're feeling good and ready. In the meantime, I'll get to seeing things set up here. Oh, it's the... I thought I was gonna get an ornate key. Fuck. Because the thing is, there is a lock in the white ward. Maybe, I mean, we'll probably get it later or something. It's probably tied to the story, but there is an ornate lock there. I thought we were gonna get the key for that, but I guess not. Going down. All right. Sir, I wish to depart. Please ready the bell for travel. Sure thing, miss. Sitting on the bench and I'll send you down. Fucking locked in. Man, it's crazy to think that some people are just gonna beat the, like, any % boss and they're just gonna stop the game. Mistake. Overwhelm retrieve possible. Sir, if you can hear me, there has been an accident during descent. In this broken state, the bell is unfit for travel. Retrieve it if you may, but I shall not return within. Mistake. Retrieve possible. Cannot repair, sorry, miss. It's crazy that there's, like, so much content that's just completely optional. I mean, Hollow Knight was the same way, to be fair, but... still just, it's crazy. How do you get to Act 3? Just keep doing quests. That's... I don't want to spoil it, but just, yeah, just keep doing quests. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna go use the restroom. Alright, I'm back. Actually, wait. I need to go grab something. Sorry. Alright. The abyss. Go team, go. What the fuck is that? Holy. Place have a name. It's called the Abyss. Doesn't seem like there's much in terms of secrets here. It's mainly just there's like 2 different routes you can go, but at least so far. Oh. Yeah, I mean, it looks like there's like a something that you can like fall down here. Erase our fear, eliminate our desire to suffer no more, void, cleanse us. Rune depicting the abyss. Ooh. Yeah, there's that side path there. But the thing is, I don't think we can get back up there. But there's probably a route over here that takes us back that way. I mean, we can go and see. The platforms are gone. Never mind. Here you lie, monarch, sunk so deep, yet you still cling to life. Would you let your lands be choked black to protect just her? Spider dear, what a delight to have you visit. It is oh so lonely here at the bottom of the world. Not share your mirth, child. Your small rebellion above now causes this kingdom's collapse. Letting you live was my rebellion, Spider. I've denied my mother your silken strength. I've won. In thrash and waste and know her pathetic broken child caused the mortal wound. Rejoice and let it all come down. I will not. I have already stood the sentinel for one dying land. That role I will never play again. While I live and possess the strength to resist, this kingdom and the bugs within it shall not fall. Hahaha, Spider, Spider, what a marvelous specimen you are. You fight and fight, heedless as the world crumbles around you. Barloom and her bugs will be crushed to dust, and still you'll be vainly swinging your blade. There may still be a way to prevent that fate. I will claim the hidden power, the bloom that repels the dark. Those snails share some fault in the snare, and their callous use of the void. They shall help me now to seek its counter. I will return, child, when I bear the strength to dive below and cut this land finally free of your mother's grasp. Dude, like, why? Okay, I gotta say, the location of the beast shards and, like, the rosaries are so troll in most places of the game. Like, you'll have a rosary bead next to, like, a fucking lava pit. And you hit it, and, like, 75% of the rosaries just fall down into the lava, or, like, the spikes, or the fucking... the shit puddle, like... Okay, I think we have to go up. Yeah, the rosary magnet is really good. Oh, it's a weave nest. Weave nest Absalom. Oh, I didn't. Why does it? That's so weird. Okay, they don't want you to get back up here, clearly. Oh, actually, no, I can just sprint jump. I'm stupid. That's so weird, though. I don't know why it was like... Well, whatever. We can't get back up anyway. I'm curious if there was anything to the right. Oh, wait. Maybe we can get back up. Rune scroll depicting void given form. I don't know which way I want to fall. Not down there, I guess. Oh shit. Daughter of a distant land, we who have remained have waited long. Bind our strength to yours, reclaim the future of our haunted kingdom. Oh shit. The Silk Soar. Fling the needle upwards and launch to tremendous heights. Silk will be expended to strike enemies to replenish silk. Oh my god. Holy shit! Oh wait, this is where I was before. Ooh, Farsight. Once assembled, the device will allow observation over vast distances. The Farsight can be assembled in a home. We can get a telescope for our house? Yeah, you have fucking... You have Crystal Dash, except it's upwards, dude. That's insane. Yeah, now I'm wondering, like, how much shit is there that you can access with this ability? What ability did I get? This one. Oh, okay, it has a range limit. Wait a sec. Wait, how do I get back up this? Oh, yeah, I guess I did miss. Dude. I don't think you can go down then up. Whatever. That's fine. Oops. I don't know if this is possible. I want it to be possible. Arcane egg. Oh shit. We're Hollow Knighting. I'm pretty sure it loops around, yeah. That's a cool little skip. What does it say? Relic from the ancient past, prized by collectors, Blackstone egg formed from the birth of Harlem. Thought I was dead there. No fucking way, dude. He was, I'm pretty sure he was one hit away, or at least like two. There's a boss in the abyss? Well, there definitely is, just not yet. Dude, these guys are so fucking tanky, like, holy shit. Silence your voice and darkness your form. We hire who see you seeking. Our shells yearn for your embrace. Am I doing it on flawless mode? If you're asking if I'm playing on Steel Soul for my first playthrough, no. You can't even unlock the difficulty until you beat the game. Unlock it before beating the game. Okay, buddy. Whatever you say. I mean, even if there is a code, who's gonna do Steel Soul on their first playthrough? Incredibly fucking stupid. All right. Oh, wait, there's a path down there? I played the latest Prince of Persia? Pretty sure I did, yeah. I don't think it was that hard. Oh, we're here. The music. Okay, how does jumping up the fucking wall work? Like, I don't get it. Press RT and it will just go up. Okay, well that's what I did, and it just didn't do it. It didn't work. It worked once. I am the player? Okay. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm holding up and it just doesn't, it just, I don't know. I don't get it. Alright, well. Let me put on the magma bell. So weird. I get it. Okay, you hold into the direction of the wall. That's how it works. Okay, because I always thought you needed to be holding up, but no, it's the direction of the wall. You just press dash. Well, you don't just press dash. Well, I mean, I guess you do. But you have to be holding into the direction of the wall. Okay, oops, I should have used the... thought maybe there was like a hole in the ground or something. Not even close. Get the fuck out of here! Holy shit! Woo! That was sick, dude. Dude, the... What? The... We're just like in a whole new fucking world, man. I hope we're gonna be able to go back to Farloom. I mean, I assume we will, like... Did I go to Eva? Yes, I went to Eva like 7 times. Oh, we're back. Wait, where are we supposed to go? Oh, back to those guys. Okay. Oh, the sauna. Where's the fucking mist? Oh, there we go. Getting hot and steamy with Hornet, yes. Yeah, we could go talk to Bello. Well, still alive. You have proved yourself made of the hardiest stuff, Pointy Bug. Ballo did tell shamefully of complications with your diving bell and of your absence upon its retrieval. You'd feared you lost to the flame, but we ourselves had slight guessed otherwise. Return from below proved as difficult to climb as ever I have faced, and yet in time near I will need to descend again. Then twice mad you are, Bug, or brave beyond measure. We shall wish on your continued survival, even if you seem intent on ending it. Stay safe, Forge Daughter. If I require your aid, I shall return. Our wish is to go with you, Pointy Bug. Calm the raging of our world that our task can continue. Wait, where's Ballo? This world may not have long, but we shall face its end, still delivering our duty. Maybe Balo's still at the bell. Go down and check. If we have to go back to that area, the bell is the way? No, I think this is the way that we just came from. There was a thing wrapped in void. Yeah, that's an enemy. Can't go back the way you came out. Oh wait, no, you're actually right, because it's filled with lava. Miss, hello, I see you've survived somehow. Thought that drop must have been your end. It was not. I survived the fall and managed a treacherous return. For the diving bell's failure, the risks were clear to me. The fault lies not with you. Aye, as you say, this bell's old, and time is a way of breaking things even as fine forged as this. You can see here, for its failure, I'd already been working at improving the design. Ended up being a useful test. Good, that return path is now close to me, and your bell may still be needed if I choose to descend again. Again? Well, if you're game enough to try a second time, once this new shield shell is fitted, it shall surely withstand the drop. Surely. Cool. Alright. Where's my Beastie Boys? Oh, they can come. I guess they couldn't do it in that area. Interesting. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. All right. Go back to your house, dude. Shut the fuck up. I am literally there. That's what I'm doing. Dear resident, to see your return alive is such a glimmer of light, even as the dark descends upon us all. All these pilgrims gathered here, I had not expected so many to survive. The destruction beyond these bells suggested worse. Indeed, things should be worse, would be worse, but for your tall warrior friend, her of those shining rings, who so fortunately chose our town to camp, that brave bug now acts alone to guard our town and those pilgrims who flee for it. For her efforts, our shells have stayed safe, though how long she can remain at that task I do not dare consider.
That's fine.
Stay safe, Pavo. Keep those poor bugs close and their spirits from sorrow. None shall ever leave these walls, dear resident, and all are still welcome, any that can be saved. Better we bugs be together here at the end of it all.
Regina Fora.
Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ. The world is truly ending. I would test my pin in combat one last time, come to my home at Border's Edge and accept my challenge. Such horror upon the roads, those black mounds formed of husks and bugs corrupting everything around. If only someone would cut them down and grant the poor souls their rest. Oh, it's a mask shard for this one. Yo, that'll give us our 9th mask. Oh god, do these guys have more deliveries? Miss Courier, what horror here! The cave shake, crying pain of hurt most savage, and see all our poor friends below, newly found, crowded inside this home of bells, hearts fast for fear. But what for you? You are here to help, yes, the deliverings. They are needed now at most. When caves turn dark, the deliverings are essential more than more. Oh, you get more for them now, at least. For the moment, I cannot aid you, couriers. My own tasks are too pressing, that we shall hope you see them soon achieved. If the deliverings are not made, Farloom's bug will suffer muchly much. Okay, well, we can give this guy our egg. Arcane egg. What now? What's all the great racket? What is it? Greetings, ma'am. It is only I. If you are disturbed by the rendings of these lands, I fear some blame is mine to bear. Blame, is it? Those who come after us can apportion blame as they see fit. For now, my collection is the only thing that matters. I must protect it. But what's this? I smell something on you right now. $250. An artifact almost impossibly old, marked inside with many fine etchings. Most are indecipherable. No will, no self, shade. More then. Bring me more relics. Okay. Assemble Far Sight. Constructed the Far Sight. The state of the world can be sensed. Completion quantities will be displayed in menus. Damn. 83%. That's pretty good. Only 83? Well, I mean, that's pretty fucking good. Oh yeah, there's 7 items missing. And 8? What the fuck are mementos? I don't have any. Okay, hold on. I want to go back to all the towns and see if there's more quests. I don't think there were more quests at Bone Bottom, but... Watch it go above 100 too. Nah, it says, well, one of the achievements says 100% completion, so I think it is 100%. Whoa. What the? And these guys got a lot of money. There's no quests in Bone Bottom anymore. The elevator's fucking broken? Well, I guess it doesn't matter because we can just go up. How... Like, how high up can we go? Oh, dude, I feel like there's gonna be some absolutely fucking, like, vile secrets with this move. Like, they probably put some, like, secret fucking pathway in, like, the ceiling and just, like, the most random fucking spot. Oh, back from the depths with nary a scratch. Is it you feared? It is, and worse. Your snare has sunk the monarch deep, deeper than I can safely descend. To cut Farloom free, I must plunge now below the surface of that lake of liquid nothing. No shall survive submersion in that void, old one, not even yours. Not without aid, certainly, though aid may exist, the flower that resists the dark. Do you know of it? Everbloom, we've heard the tale, but had thought it of a myth. If it ever sprouted in our lands, we would surely have known. I would not seek it in these lands. I need its power full, and it is too fragile to sustain here long. I would seek it in my memory. Oh ho ho. So you'd have us wrench open your soul to retrieve the fabled bloom. Can such a thing be done? For another bug, no, but I am weaver enough to attempt it. In the distant past, I knew the flower. My thread still holds its faint memory. If the bloom was grasped strongly enough within my silk, it could be made to manifest. Ah, so you're asking another spell of us, to reveal the flower clear, but to illuminate one of your kind's old memories so acutely. This is no easy thing, even for us. Old one, you must give us a moment to confer. We could do it. The spell can be cast with enough power, enormous power, equal maybe to that monarch. I cannot grant you mine. If it were even enough, my strength is still needed to face her below. Where else do you propose we seek a source? From Farloom, ho ho ho. Remember, ours is a kingdom of wishes granted. Farloom was not born of that monarch, old one. Power existed in these lands even before she bound them beneath her. Seek the old hearts of our kingdom and the last successors to bear their strength. They're still out there, hidden away, much faded by the Pale One's long dominion. You must make them stir. We will teach you how, in the way befitting a weaver, a somber song to reach down in their memories and enliven them a final time. Wait, are you... Oh my god, are we gonna get... Is this dream fights now? God, this game is insane, dude! Elegy of the Deep. Draw out memories of Farloom's forgotten past. The hearts you seek, we can share their locations as best as we know. 3 will be needed to construct our spell and draw clear the memory of the flower from your silk. Bring us the hearts, old one. Make them beat, fierce and final. See for yourself the forgotten strength of this land of bugs before we burn those memories in its saving. Oh my god. This game is crazy, dude. Bruh. This task before you, this is mortal power you would claim, the heart of bugs. It will cost their last strength to save this land. Even we have some hesitation in this. Despite our desire to touch their power, we'd never wish to see its expended so utterly. Better to leave your land weak in wonder if it means your shells and those of your fellows stay intact. Through their march at the far border of these lowlands, seek the last queen of the ant hunters. We can sense her still, just. In youth, her voice united the wild tribes, gave them the strength to resist the pale monarch's will, longer than most at least. Oh my god, this game is insane, dude. There's something at the snail shaman place? What? Are you talking about where I literally just was? What are you talking about, man? God, I fucking hate backseating so much, dude. Wait, so, oh, we can go through... Oh, man, there's so many of these holes that... What? Okay, we need to be more inquisitive. Anguished aura, 8 masks hard, swirled soul enraged, 12 acnids flat, all juices strained, 6 pilgrims living, hung long to drain. What the fuck is this? The Crest of Shaman. Cast the blade forward and empower silk skills with powerful runes. Woo! Claim all crests. Dick, dude. Oh, my boys can't help me here. %. Oh yeah, let's go to Eva. Lady, so you live still. This is good. I had felt the conflict commence, pale hearts ablaze, and the sudden well of darkness after. I'm sorry, Eva. I had hoped to slay the monarch and was near achieving that goal, but the situation has become complicated. Now all of Farloom threatens to fall. But I could sense it in you, lady. You have not yielded to despair, so some hope must still remain. Some hope, I suspect, but true. There may yet be a way through this disaster. I shall pursue that goal with whatever strength remains. And allow me to continue to aid you as I can. Mine might be a small contribution, but I shall provide it eagerly. Lady Farloom's times grow short. If you are able to further expand your nature, I urge you to return to me. Any power I possess, I shall grant it for you. Oh. What?
That's fine.
What you mean? I just got... Huh? What was that sound?
Da, fenestra.
All right. Hold on, let's go check, go check the other town. Didn't we learn a new song? Yeah, but... You think I can go into Eva's memory? I don't know about that. Maybe, I guess. Oops. My thoughts after beating the game? Well, I haven't beaten the game yet. Well, I mean, I kind of beat the game, I guess. Our great citadel has lost its voice, and now the black threads rise up to tear its shell apart. I fear holy Farloom is truly dying. But I still have hope, Red Maiden. Though kingdoms may fall, life endures still, and we bugs can build our lands anew. I share your hope, Sherma. Remember, though, that whatever is built next to belongs not to the past, but to you. Your instincts are strong. Let it be those that guide you, rather than any reverence toward a kingdom's courts. Oh, you flatter me so, but it is my fellows who shall guide me, those whose voices sing out still, even in these ruined times. Now my charge to care for those who stay here, including yourself. If I could aid you in any way, please let me know. Okay, we got a quest here. Pain, anguish, and misery. In the darkest of shadows, all is made clear. Farlam draws its final breath, and we few remaining must bear its dying pain. Come to the Citadel's stage and let us suffer together. The stage. Sister, you seen him out there? Our new champion, that golden knight stalking the Citadel's crumbling halls? All righteous bug, not much for conversing still. I'd be long dead if not for their appearance. And I ain't the only one. Others have spoken of the knight's timely deeds and rare bravery. We're desperate for any protection we can get, and that gleaming champion's been offering their aid almost as much as you yourself. Everything is falling apart, my dear one. Be sure to share your rosaries with me before it's too late. You're gonna need rosaries for, lady. Alright, I kind of want to do this, oh my god, we have so many quests now. Oh, shit. It's just throughout Harlem. I don't even think they're marked on the map. Oh, that one's gonna be rough. Okay, so one of them's there in an area that we haven't been to. Another one's in another area we haven't been to. They're all in different oh wait, one of them's in the Coral Tower. We should go get the rest of the fleas. Let's go get the one in Bilewater, I guess. Well, the thing is, there might... Also, we can go higher in the cradle. I'm also curious, like, what if I go over here and I go up? What if I go up in the slab? Trying to think like what rooms I can go up. Or like where the new ability would be useful. Oh yeah, what about this place? Oh, you can have 2 skills. Interesting, but you only get 2. So you trade. You're basically trading being able to have skills, or Oh, there's 4 that I'm missing here as well. The range on this thing is crazy. That's my bad. Thing is, I can still kill. Like in the time that I can just kill that guy before he even wakes up with the Wanderer moveset. I don't know, the Wanderer I still feel like is just the best, but maybe we'll get something. I doubt it. Oh, we've already been... Oh yeah, that's the way to the putrefied ducks. Alright, well... Yeah, I don't think there's anything here. It was worth a shot, though. I don't know what, like, determines whether or not they can come get you. They can get me here, but not in the previous area. I feel like maybe we should go to the cradle. I'm also kind of curious about this pathway. It's probably just open, though. And like, what about Mount Faye? What about up here? Probably nothing. Well, let's go to the slab and look. Yeah, what about over here? You actually can't. dead. I will say I still feel like I preferred the I still think Wanderer moveset just seems like the best, but I don't know, the range on this is kind of nice. It's just the speed of Wanderer is just, it feels like you have quick slash. It's just so good. Oh yeah, can I play some new music to this guy maybe? It's funny though, the speedrun for this game is definitely going to be like rushing Act 3. Well, well, not any percent, but like for like 100% speedrun, you're definitely going to like rush. I don't think there's going to be anything here, to be honest. Oh? Wait, what? Yeah, like, the range on this is really good, I will say. Like, look at that. Like, dude, oh, man. That's so good. Holy tank. Okay. Well, now we know. All right. Well, so there's a boss at the Coral Tower. There's also, I don't know how I'm supposed to get to this one. Or this one. I guess we can go get the mountain flea. Yeah, we can go up to the top of the mountain. I don't think there's gonna be anything up there, but I mean, might as well check. Oh wait, can I do like a giga skip here? even is this? Am I going? I'm going up. Man, there's got to be some like absolutely insane skips with this move that you can do. Can I grab the underhang here? Skips you get in Act 3? Okay. Your point? And like, I know you get it pretty late. I'm not saying it's useful for like an any % run or anything. Where the fuck was I? What the hell was that? Okay, well, yeah, I don't think there's anything here. We can go save the grub, though. Sorry, go save the flea. Oh, wait, that's something. Ooh. Right vein. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm going the other way. What the f— an outcrop of magnetite. Hey, you can actually go. Oh, you can actually do it on this one. I have no idea though. Where's the grub? Ah, dang it, chat. Well, I don't want to run all the way back, but I'm probably gonna have to. Maybe in that secret area? Maybe. You know, you do what you gotta do, chat. Give me full silk. I'm a patient man. Alright, well actually that's not true, but... Fuck, how do I get this flea though? Maybe it is in the previous area. That's the slide. What? You have to, you can't do it midair with this one. Oh my fucking god, you've got to be kidding me. Can pogo off the icebergs? I know, but that still doesn't help me. Well, I mean, it helps me not take damage, but... I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how to get to this grub. Try the drill attack? Okay, all of you guys who keep thinking the drill is actually, like, used for something, y'all are crazy. Dude, oh my god, that... Oh, the way that healing works is... Honestly, I really like this moveset for pogoing. Like, it just feels so good. It's so forgiving. Oh! Nice. 9 masks, baby. There's 4 more. Yeah, you can get 10. Alright, well, I still have no idea how to find the flea, though. Where the fuck could he be? I don't think it has to do with the magnetite. Ah. Hi, buddy. Ow. right. How do you get fleas on the map? There's a merchant. Or sorry, there is a... where is it? There is an NPC hidden in the putrefied ducks that you need to find, and he goes to Fleetopia, and you can buy maps from him. Also, there's still this ornate key in White Ward. I don't know where to get the ornate key. Maybe we'll go save the flea in Bilewater. Yes, Bilewater, my favorite. Honestly, I kind of like the Shaman Stone. It's actually pretty good. Is there a map for every collectible? Probably not. Yeah, the Shaman crest is really good. I actually really like this. I mean, I still do like the Wanderer, but the range on this is actually really good, and it's like fat. Like the Reaper one has good range, but the problem is it's so slow, and like the down pogo moves you downwards like quite a lot. Oh wait, can we just... Okay, dude, the way that ability works is so annoying. Dude, that was actually an insane grab. What the fuck? Architect Crest has the worst pogo. Oh, you clearly don't have the Beast Rune then. Because that shit is the worst. Oh wait, maybe we could have just... Oh yeah, we definitely could have used our ability here. The range on this just makes it so good. No. Oh wait. Okay. Well, that was terrible. Well, it was nice being alive. Oh. Didn't realize there was a fucking trap to the side. What do you mean heal? I can't heal. I should have put on the maggot charm, to be honest. That was kind of my bad. I didn't think I would need it, but... Oh, wait, yeah, I did have the extra heal. You're right. I actually could have. Never mind. The only downside to this crest is that you can't... I don't know if they're review bombing it. Apparently the Chinese translation for Silksong is like really, really fucking bad. Now that's not really necessarily Team Cherry's fault, but... Why is the heal like that? They hired the translator? Yeah, but like... Okay, like the thing is, how do you know... How are you supposed to know the translation isn't good? Like, if you don't speak the language, you know what I mean? Ask any Chinese person. Okay, well the translators are Chinese. That's their fucking like that's their job. How do I get this? Oh. Oh. Yeah, I really wish that I could, I really wish that I could equip this speed one. Well, actually, I guess I can. Or, well, I only have, see, this is the thing, though, like, I only have one yellow. I don't know, man. I feel bad just, well, I don't feel bad, but, like, I've just been using Wanderer the entire time, but it's so nice. I don't know. Hopefully I can get like a second yellow socket or something on the shaman one. I really miss this extra sprint speed. It's so nice. Maybe I can't go from here. Play the needle? The needle doesn't work for gates. You've undermined indie devs by making it cheap. What does this lady have to say? Stray one, things were already falling grim when last you left. Now it's worse. The whole world quaking and wailing and all stretched through with blackened strands. This wouldn't be your doing by chance. I am in part responsible, though know this outcome was not my intent and that I shall work to claim it. I knew it. Of course it had to be you. Here I was, hoping you'd bring a shake-up. Instead you brought an ending. Well, move it, I say. Get to your fixing. We're all now suffering for the scale of your conflict. Maybe this time you act towards calmer conclusions, I? Try to go up on that big platform behind. No clue what you're talking about, man. Did I buy Steady Body from the guy inside Pilgrim's Rest? I don't think I did, no. Maybe it's somewhere in the Weave Nest, or... I mean, it could be from Craw Lake as well. We haven't been there in a while. I guess we'll look to the right. Well, okay, am I hot, chat, or am I cold? Oh, it's Zaza.
Into March is seen.
Oh, Met sister, though the beastly citadel has finally been slain, still the lands caught beneath it suffer. The evils long done by that cursed place have sunk into the kingdom's very foundations, and now they rise up as a black sickness. This darkness, it is a curse deadlier than the haunting, a force from far below that will consume all if given the opportunity. Just so, and while wickedness still stalks these lands, our Hornlands shall not rest. Zaza and I will fight through these cursed lands until every last one of the black twisted fiends has been cut down. Very cold, okay. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, well, maybe we gotta go above. No, I don't want to know where the entrance is, chat. I like to find things on my own. You actually tried it? What do you mean I tried it? I tried the what build? What the fuck are you talking about? Why do you guys just like say these things and like how am I, what the, how do you think I'm gonna have any idea what the fuck you're talking about? Oh, it still blew up. Oh, haha, I see. Oh. I kill him? God dang it. Well, we could probably just use our ability, but that's okay. Oh, actually, no, I don't think we could. Got you. Ow! The hell is that? I wonder where this merchant went. Hey, the devilish, thanks for the sub. Yeah, I don't know. I'm wondering now. Is that you broke his door, so he's dead? You think so? Yeah, I never bought Steady Body from him. Maybe I won't be able to get 100%. Hey, Cypher, thanks for the 10 gifted. I don't know, I might not be able to get it. I might have locked myself out of it, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. Mate. I mean, I feel like these games are generally pretty good at not locking you out of, like, completion, but... maybe, I don't know. We'll see. The thief guy has it? Yeah, maybe. We could... actually, you know what? Let's go talk to the... go talk to him. Maybe you're right. Yeah, but an arcane egg isn't tied to completion, though. Ahoy there, fancy bug. How you faring now that the old world's creaking and cracking around us? Desperately needing some supplies, I'll wager. I'm a good spirits thief. Are you not disturbed by the great rending of the kingdom? End of the world don't bother old Grindel none. We'll just go find another one to plunder, won't we? He's got a memory locket. We're also close to this one. What's the issue? Well, the merchant that sells one of the charms that I never bought is dead. I don't know if there's a way to get the charm still. Maybe there is, though. Yeah, I mean, maybe they're not actually dead. Maybe they're somewhere else. They might have yeah, they, like... Yeah. Yeah, we don't know. He might be somewhere else. Honestly, I feel like... I doubt they're gonna lock you out of... because... I don't know. I doubt they would lock you out of completion like that in Act 3, but maybe. Hey, Gary, thanks for the sub. He might be somewhere else. No, I don't think we saw a body. So he's probably somewhere else. Alright, let's go to Fleetopia now that we saved all of them. Yo, Starf, Gary, Booty, Darda, thank you for the sub. Again, Cypher, thanks for the 10 gifted. Thank you for all the frickin' gifted subs, guys. I think we've had, like, over the past 3 days, there's been 1,500 new subs or something, close to that. Pretty crazy. Hello, everybody. I'm home. Our travels have ended, now soon the world will end. Brew with friends is bittersweet. Oh, my dear friend, Miss Hornet, now look at how many of the lost fleas have come. It seems even the last few stragglers are now with us. That is well, Flea Master. My travels through this land have been far and deep, and yet at almost every reach, I met the friendly, inquisitive presence of your kind. Your fleas have an uncommon desire for adventure which I find admirable, even if it is seldom matched by capability. Though I am long accustomed to traveling alone, following your journey and sharing some part in its progress has been a warm thing. And so happy have you made we fleas. Even as the darkness comes to claim us, we would be honored to bestow one final gift, a treasure from Fleakind's glorious past. May it mark you in Farloom's final moment as a friend to us all. The Egg of Flealia! Decreases the cost of silk skills while health is full. Oh, interesting. I wish it was just like decreases the cost of silk skills. Just, it's basically Spell Twister, but with an extra condition. All are here now, bug not flee. For your seeking, ours is a caravan full. Much better is it now for fleas to be together, ready to face whatever end will come.
Ugh, garbage.
What would you rate the game out of 10 so far? I mean, pretty close to a 10. I think there's I think the game is maybe a little too punishing in some places, but I don't know. At the same time, like, I would rather have a challenge than have it be too easy, you know what I mean? So, alright. We still, like, we don't know how to get to any of these locations. How do we get to these NPCs? Maybe we should go to Craw Lake. I think I'm gonna go to Craw Lake and look around. We also still have these quests. Oh, maybe let's go do the stage quest, actually. Minstress's home at the far edge of Blasted Steppes. The furthest border of the far fields. Bastus and Farloom. Oh, you know, I bet we want to use the flea juice for that. For the flea brew. Yeah, we've been to Coral Tower, so we know we can get that one at least, the encrusted heart, but the other ones I'm not so sure. Did I play the music to the statue of many people? I don't know where that is exactly. You, mitre mourner, fell fated chosen, left till last, relent, submit, the fatal blow was struck, fair Farloom wails its end. We woe befallen few remain, let us join here at last, and show our fires fierce, together to share our kingdom's pain, feel it scorch our shells, and know clear its suffering, its sorrow. Robio! Tormented Trobio. I really want the faster binding speed. I still have the fucking parry move equipped, I forgot about that. The thing is, he doesn't really like... That was cool. We had a parry, but... Dude, that AoE. Okay, let me change my abilities here. Oh, fuck, I'm still here. Oops. Oh, it took us back to the Grand Bellway. Okay, let's change our stuff. So we don't need the magma bell anymore, that's for sure. We'll take the faster binding speed. The faster binding speed is actually really nice, honestly. And then I think the reserve bind is kind of clutch, but I want to change my skill. I don't really like the parry that much. Also, there's one more skill we're missing. I like the sharp dart because it gives iframes. So we're missing 2 tools. Although I think these tools, I think we found these tools, but we just need to buy them from like the merchant. And then we're missing 3 of these and 1 yellow. No, I didn't try the cracked mask. That could be good. I mean, we could do that instead of... Yeah, sorry, I've been wanting to switch to that ability, but I'm like constantly thinking about other things. Oh, you're talking about the mask, not the ability. Gotta be close to staggering. How many hits we just got there? Wasn't so bad. Unless he's gonna go phase 2. Why do you not use the bug? Yeah, I should have used the bugs, but whatever. We would have probably trivialized it if we did that. So be it, impudent louse. Deny our kingdom's agony, refuse its touch upon your fickle shell. Carve your hapless path, stalk and strike and fight, but know your fate. Foe is fate herself, and she has risen raging. Yeah, the tools are honestly super good. I should use them more, but I do feel like they kind of can trivialize things a little bit. Dark Mirror. Oh! We have 2. When binding emits a searing blast that damages surrounding enemies. Okay, that's cool. Well, we can put this back on and see. My favorite boss so far was first Sinner. I really like the rhythm of that fight. Like, it's so good. Oops. Dude, look how much he just tanked that. Oh, this is one of the masses. That's one of the clumps that we need to destroy. We still haven't encountered 50 enemy types? I've departed to scale Farloom's frigid mount. If any bug exists brave enough to match my pin's fatal resolve, then climb and face me upon its stormward side. Oh. What do you mean? I didn't miss the body. I mean, I saw it. I couldn't. Chat. Sometimes you guys kind of piss me off. I can't interact with it. There was nothing. Unless it would just. Oh. Ha, Needlebug. Who else would dare wake a pinstress with such fire? Why the fuck are you sleeping in up here? It's on my wish, I'm guessing. Here's hoping to fulfill it. I know what you were seeking, pinstress. A death duel, an end from battle, not cavern's collapse. I can oblige to a point, but a greater challenge still awaits me below. Whatever else you're about, you might be finding it futile now, Needlebug. That black quakes. Farloom's finale arrives. Let's stop the yapping, aye? How's about we begin? Let's see at least one of us end true to our nature. Okay, I don't... How am I supposed to hit this guy? Like... Also... It's a terrible run back. Oh, actually, yeah, I should have grabbed the bench. Up right side, it's faster. Is it faster? Because there's like 8 fucking giant bridges that block you, so I don't know if that... I'm getting so tired of the backseating, man. Like, that... Like, every time I look over at chat, there's somebody telling me what I should do. Well, you should have done this, streamer. You should have done that. You should have done this. Like, shut the fuck up. so annoying how you knock her off. Boss isn't too hard, it's just, you just gotta be patient. Ah, bested fair, and yet you choose to stay the killing blow. I can test you, Pinstress, myself or what's to come, but I will not cut you down. Despite its quakes, Farloom's demise is not as certain as it seems. I shall act to change that fate. If I succeed at my task, the land that remains will require the watch of strong bugs like you. Well, ain't you an inspiration, making me seem a right fool, here thinking only on the end while you're looking to a future fair. Seems you beaten me twice, Needlebug, both my pin's edge and my heart's resolve. For your talents, Needlebug, in blade and strength and restraint, take this emblem of my order. Had never thought another'd be joining our slim ranks, but you're deserving a member as ever come before. Ooh, pin badge. Reduces charge time of needle strike. Is that... I assume... Yeah, that's like the pin master's glory. Oh wait, did I get an achievement? Oh, defeat Pinstress. Cool. Don't know if you've heard it, Needlebug, but supposedly there's a gleaming secret hidden at this mountain's core, meant to be a marvel, or so my sister's past once told, a giant cavern of all of crystal. I have visited the core, Pinstress. It was a remarkable sight indeed. I only hope that it shall not soon be lost. Of course, you've seen it. Master at the blade and at the seeking, you've proven yourself an imposing talent. Well, given you seem done up here, maybe it's time you get back to all your important business? A mighty battle we had, my friend. Time now to get to your important business. I'll be wishing for your success. Alright. Ta-ta-ta. Hey, Markusha, thank you for the Prime sub. Alright. Nice. Well, maybe we should go to the Coral Tower, because we at least know where that one is. Oh yeah, what's our completion now? 87. Center of Mountain Secret, were you not listening? We already went there. It was a mask shard. Alright. The bench inside here? That's not what I want to do. Okay, I gotta say, having to like hold down to do this is a little annoying. Ah, Yeah. Oh, okay. Here we go. Yeah, Lisa, thank you for the Prime sub. Oh. I didn't mean to leave. Okay, wait. All right. Sorry, okay, I'm sorry. I don't know why I thought going to the right would be any different than going to the left. I need to use my ability. Holy shit. Coral Tower. Oh my god, it's a whole new zone. Well, maybe not, but... Oh, this place is beautiful! Under the sea. Are we about to fight Umu? Oh. Oh shit. Thought that was going to be a boss fight. Do you think there will be any balancing? I don't know. I mean... Some people are complaining about the difficulty. I think the difficulty is pretty good for the most part. There's a few sections that are maybe slightly too punishing, but I don't know. I would rather the game be challenging than too easy. Oh, it's another... Oh, it's just like gauntlet fights. are those things? No way. Oh, that's bad. Well, bad spot to heal, it seems. I don't know though, maybe Wanderers isn't the best for this, to be honest. I feel like the Shaman one could be good. Maybe he'll use his tools? Bro, I used all of my tools. What are you even fucking talking about? I guess you just weren't watching and you just wanted to just wanted to say some bullshit. You have no idea what you're talking about. Okay. I gotta be careful. I gotta lock in, dude. Back to full HP. That's good. Oh my god, I almost did it again, dude. Nice. Some of the bees. I'm saving them. Because I feel like there's still another gauntlet. Or maybe a boss, I don't know. Yeah, I shouldn't have summoned these guys. Oh god. No way. Oh. This is like the fucking Coliseum on steroids, dude. Oh, did we get a... We got a shortcut through the levels now, I guess? Maybe it's boss time? Maybe not. Oh, that's terrible. Dude, like, oh my fucking god, it's just unbelievable. I feel like I can't do anything. It's so annoying. I think we have the shortcut now, though, presumably. It's just that one enemy is sitting up in like the top left corner, and it's just so hard to fucking punish him because he keeps wanting to go. I just have to focus the flying enemies. Oh. Oh wait, that was it? Oh. Oh wait. I see. Oh god. Rust King Khan. That lingers for a while. That wasn't too hard of a fight, honestly. Pretty chill. The arenas were harder. Our claws to crush, our claws to rule, our claws to save them all. You get like insane DPS windows on that guy. You get so many hits in with Wanderer, it's crazy. What do we got? The encrusted heart, it beats deep and slow. All right. Man, Wanderer is just so good. I want to use Shaman, but the fact that it has no reds and only one yellow is kind of awful. Like, Wanderer has 6, but Shaman only gets 4. Well, Wanderer gets 7, actually. Because you have the skill, too. And no mid-air heal, yeah. Yeah. Alright, hold on. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. And this game has just been such a journey. It's been so fun. Architect is cool. Where the heck is this, though? Do I still want the weighted belt? Figured out how to get it. I mean, I don't need it right now. What zone is it in? It's in Farfields? Okay. I wonder if I can, like, talk to any NPCs to help me get over here. You got the Witch's Crest? Nice. Yeah, that's a cool quest. No, I have not found Grimoire. Whatever that is. Maybe it's like at the bench.
I'm glad there was no early access. Oh wait, maybe right here? Wait, no, I can't do it here though. How do I get to this place? Oh, here we go. Wait, maybe not. Wait, I don't know. Have I been here? I'm confused. Oh, shit. Go kill it. No, I have been here. Just where you fall down. I thought we were on the right track there, but I was wrong. Kind of lost. I really don't know how to get to this area. Maybe from the Grand Gate, I guess. But I don't see... Yeah, I don't know. Dude, these void enemies are no fucking joke. Holy. Oh, hello. I'm dead. kind of wish they dropped more rosaries, though, because I don't think they do. I mean, I guess it wouldn't really make sense for them to drop more, but... Hardest boss I've faced? I don't know. Kind of hard to say, honestly. I didn't think the first sinner was that hard, but I mean, I was also kind of strong when I found them. Dude, stop telling me where to go. Like, I can figure it out, man. You don't have to tell me where to go. Like, please. For the love of fucking God. I'm gonna go everywhere except the direction that guy said. It's just like... it annoys me how people don't give you, like, any chance to even... Ooh. I think this is... I don't think we've been up here. Or maybe we have, actually. Maybe I'm tripping. Can I... Oh no, I've been here, haven't I? Oh shit. Is there a bench here? Oh wait, you know what? I just realized. So you can... That's actually kind of cool. You can... Oh well, I already used the bench, but... You could summon 5 bugs, and then bench, so you have 5 extra. Oh. Or Lami. Salami. Dude, these bug bots might actually be my favorite tool though. They're so like they are so good against flying enemies. I use the analog stick. I know some people use the D-pad. I don't know. Analog stick is just more comfortable because that's what I use for like every single game. Halt, stranger. I am charged forever to guard the sacred shrine beyond. Any who wish to pass must cross their weapon with my own. And go no further, that peace may remain between us. That's okay, we have the shortcut now at least. Go bots, go! Oh shit. Damn, that move's kind of fucked up. I wonder if you can hit him during that when he's like coming down. You probably can. Also, wait, can I go? What a weird name. Kind of funny name. I mean, it's just such a normal name. Face tanking everything.
Hello.
Do I want the... I mean, I like the bugs, but maybe we'll try it. Maybe we'll try someone else. I mean, we could use our plasmium. Let's try the flint slate. God damn it, man. I want to hit him with my freaking AoE heal attack, but every time I do that, he just... It's so hard to use this like heal move effectively to damage enemies. Every time I try, I just... Like, it's so punishing, because I don't know... Like, if you get hit when you're healing, you lose all of your silk. Everything. If you have enough silk to heal 2.5 times, and you get interrupted, you lose everything. The entire bar. So it's like... It's so dangerous to try to heal to damage. I'm trying to hit him with the heal move, but it's just I don't know, man. I might change this charm. This fight isn't hard. I just trying to hit him with the heal is just getting me killed every single time. I'm just gonna put on something else. How fast is this? Take riposte. It's not a Souls game, my man. That actually would have worked that time. The AoE of that circle is so big. I just need to dash away. I don't know if the flame pool is very good here either. What was going on there? Dude, that fucking move is actually cooking me. I think you can pogo it though. Thought she was gonna do her. This is a tough fight. I mean, it's just getting the hang of it. It's not. I feel like if you play it really slow, like it's fine. It's just I want to try to like maximize my punishes. It's so hard to punish him because of the shield. Maybe I should try to hook shot him more. This moveset is fucking killing me. Oh my god, it's... Yeah, I just... You have to be so careful, like... Parrying could be good. Yes, I know, like, listen, I know that I could just summon the bugs and just cheese the fuck out of him. I don't care. You don't need to tell me what to God, this fucking boss is driving me crazy. Holy shit. It's like I want to jump to avoid the other thing, but when I jump, this boss just punishes aggression extremely hard. Like, it's... See, the problem is he jumps up the same way, but then sometimes he throws the thing. Yeah, of course you just... His moveset is actually... It's designed to punish, like, everything that you can do. It's just his entire moveset is just it's a good fight, honestly. It's well designed. It's rough because he punish it like if you go back away from him and you jump, then you get punished by the shield. So you want to stay on the ground, but if you stay on the ground, like I don't know, he has something to counter like every position you could be in. The thing is, chat, you need soul to parry. Oh. Wait, did I... Oh, no, I'm going the right way. That's better. I want to hit him when he's doing that, but... Why am I should just dodge it, man. Should just dodge it. Yeah, dude, I know how to... okay, fine. Fine, just don't look at the chat. Yeah, I mean, I want to hit him during that because you can hit him during that. It's just hard. You can hit him during it. Oh. Probably was gonna do the triple. Oh my god, man. Okay, you know what? Let me. First off, I'm gonna take off the flint slate though, because this thing is not very useful here. I mean, I don't. At this point, I don't even really want to use the tool on this fight, but. I could change this at least. Which tool is my favorite? Probably the bugs. There's like these bug summons that you can make that are super fucking good. Tool in this game is useless on bosses. No. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to heavily disagree with that one, but... Alright, well... Yeah, that was a little easier, eh? Well, yeah, the thing is the tools, like, for the tax, that attempt I wasn't actually, I was just focused on surviving and just making sure he hit the tax. I wasn't actually really focused on like trying to hit him as many times as often. That's the problem. It's like, I mean, that was what was making the fight so difficult. It's just the guy is, when you're trying to constantly be on top of him, he has so many different like moves he can do to punish your positioning. Here we honor the seed that sprung the wood. By her grace may all bugs pass safe to join us and our song. Oh shit. What is our completion now, by the way? 87 still. Oh god. Oh Jesus. Like, this DPS is just disgusting, though. Oopsies. Well, you can do an insane amount of damage here. Yeah, I gotta say, the bugs would definitely be way more useful here. Yeah, you don't get a tool refill. I'm using the Wanderer's Crest. Yeah, the Wanderer's Crest is crazy here. Honestly, it's probably better just to phase tank that. They're climbed up. Yeah, she staggers easily. That move is really hard to punish. I bet if you had like the Shaman Crest, it would be a lot easier though.
We are life, we are growth. What world without us? Defeat Nileth. Could have just kept purposely falling and hitting her on the platform that spawns. I don't know, maybe. Maybe there's some cheese strat. I don't think she always goes to, like, the bottom, though. And dash up while you're on a wall. I know. Thank you. Alright. Yeah, just because I didn't do something doesn't mean I'm not aware of it. Okay. No. Okay, let's go to the Craw Lake. I feel like it might be there. Wait, did we go to the Craw Lake before? I know, like, we wanted to, but then I think I got distracted. Well, actually, we still have this quest to do as well. Also, there's these void masses that we have to destroy. Might be better to go from far fields, actually. The furthest border of the far fields. Do you think they mean the part that connects to deep docks? Let me, I'm gonna put on the juice. With the speed. Maybe not here. Maybe he means... Oh, Zaza's here. Ah, well met, Miss Sister. The task of hunting down these black, twisted fiends is no small one, eh? Still, we must not rest, not while the cries of the innocent echo from every corner of the kingdom. Daza and I will fight through these cursed lands until every one of them have been cut down. Alright. Thanks, buddy. These void enemies are terrifying. What is that?
We missed something here. Oh, the weighted belt. We found it. Nice. Well, 88%. I don't know, he just says, meet at the furthest border of the far fields. Does that mean, like, all the way here, I guess? Or... I don't know. I don't know. I guess we'll go over there and see. Just use the hook when I'm doing this. I'm so bad, dude. Can't even go back up this way. Alright, well this was really stupid. Nope, nope, nope. Down, down, down further. Not this far down, though. Let's just keep going. And is he can't be in here though, right? Like I don't know, maybe no. Oh, maybe. Fuck is this guy? I'm so confused. Sprint Master Swift. I don't know, guys. Maybe he's... There were tracking things up there? That's just... That's just money. Oh. What's this? Oh, scroll. For this other way, we already checked there, though. I mean, it's got to be like here then. I don't know where else it could be. I mean, I checked all the way along here. I checked down this way. I went all the way to the right. I went up. Unless it's here, but what? I don't think it would be here. Got to be over here. The fuck was that? The fuck was that? Violet Dark Attend Home Wheel. What the fuck? What was that? Okay, maybe my intuition with Craw Lake was correct. Well, at least for the mission. Holy moly. Sprint Master, are you here? Oh, fucking dude. I don't know where this guy is. Wonder if it like bugged out or something. Okay, well, I don't know where else I can check anymore. So, I mean, I've checked the entire zone. Are we sure he's in Farfields? Meet with Sprint Master Swift at the furthest border of the Farfields. Yeah, but this pin is not connected to Farfields. As far as I'm aware, it's connected to Craw Lake because we just got a Craw summon to go to Craw Lake. I don't know. Whatever. Just go to Craw Lake. I already went to the bottom right. Like I guess a lot of you guys weren't watching, but I went to all the way to the right, and I went all the way to the left. Like I went all the way over here. There was nothing. I went all the way along this. I went up. I went over here. I went over here. I went up here. So wherever he is, I don't think I've been there. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Kind of funny that the birds have rosaries. Yeah, I have the high jump. I don't know where I'm going. I feel like I was already up here before. And home wheel. Home wheel. I don't think there's anything in here. There's this. Oh. Oh. Oh shit. I saw this door before, and I was wondering if we would ever get through it. Oh shit. Here we go again. Oh god. Oh. Holy. Okay, that was full face tank mode. Craw memento can be displayed in a home, absolving the bearer of all crimes past and future. Dude, we got like with the you can hit so fast with the drink.
craw bell can be installed on the exterior of a home. Once set up, young craws will occasionally roost within, filling the bell with shell shards and rosaries. Oh shit, we can get rosaries. We have a rosary generator. Sick, dude. AFK farm. Fuck though, this... Is there more down here? I thought this was the way, man! Is this just not... Is this just... Fuck! Don't you hit me. Oh, he's singing. Oh, right. That's nice. Go back. Well, okay, nice. I'm glad you told me to go back as I left. Thanks, Ryut. What do you mean, go back? I didn't see anything. That's all I'll say. What, so there is something I missed there? Alright, well, hold on. Let me go to Bellheart. Oh, there's a quest here. Ecstasy of the End, Mushka of Fleetopia. As was warned long ago, the black times have come. There is one last act to perform. Meet us at what was once called Fleetopia. Oh god, no. No. Team Cherry, I swear to fucking god. You better not hurt my fleas.
Yanara.
I mean, we knew there was a potential ritual. Okay, we're missing 4 relics. I wonder if the relics are tied to completion. I've departed to pay my respects at the graves within the Great Wood. Oh. Ah, the Craw Memento. Okay. But there was another merchant we found recently who sold some other stuff. Wait, who was it? Oh, my brain.
Oh, right, the furniture.
Hello, Meg.
Let's get some lights.
Hello, Slim.
Building the e-girl stream room. Oh, look at the comfy lights. Beautiful. All right. We need to get like a music player. Where did I find the cross summons? It was at one of the... It like spawned near one of the fast travel points, I think. Maybe in Farfields, was it? Oh, when you rest on a bench in Bellheart? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what triggers it exactly, but I think it was here in Farfields. Okay, so are you saying I should go back to Craw Lake? There's something I missed at the lake? I haven't bought the last item from the architect. Yeah. Oh, we never... Oh, you know what? Let's actually go get that. And we can also activate the tube network down there, because we never did. I don't think we need that many rosaries. We're at 88%. Oh, those enemies aren't there anymore. Dang. Well, this isn't where we want to go. Oh, I don't even have enough for the fucking crafting kit. Any enemy? Oh, these enemies don't drop shit either. Oh, fuck. Alright. Fine, let's just go activate the tube network. Need to figure out how. Guess we just need to go from down and around. Why not? How did I'm so confused. How did I get through the path at the top open? Oh, I have to go. Have to go through that bridge. Aha! Open all of the stations. Okay, nice. I've upgraded my needle twice, I think. Or no, 3 times. All right, well, we don't have enough money, but that's okay. We'll get more money. I guess let's go see what's up with the fleas. I'm kind of scared. Oh God. The dirge I sing for is for the end of our old lives. Here at the end of times, our paradise crumbles beneath us. Flea and friend alike, all will soon be consumed. Oh, what other choice do we poor wretches have? Cruel fate leaves us with only one last task. Dear friend, Miss Hornet, forgive us, but we beg one more favor from you. Will you accompany us in our final act? Saw your plea posted at Bellheart, Sir Flea, and accept your request. Pact is made then, fellow. Steel yourself. It is time. It is time. It is time for the Festival of the Flea. One last grand celebration before the black quakes pull us all down into the darkness. Rouse yourself, please. One last time. Let the games begin. Are we playing hide and seek? How do you like our festival, Miss Hornet? While the world crumbles around us, we will laugh and dance and frolic. Make merry with us and play some of the games of old. My time is slim, Flea Master. If I am to join your games, know it will be only to own my skills for the greater trial I must soon face below. Of course. Joy or learnings. Any reason is fine by us, Miss Hornet. And look here, we have Flea Juggle, where the challenge is to strike fleas upwards and keep them airborne for as long as possible. To have our treasured guest challenge this humble game would be an honor for us, truly. Mamashka, I am saying let the game begin. Flea Juggle. Awoo. Oh god. Oh. Okay, hold on. I don't. That was terrible. We might want to use a different nail for this, I think. Hold on. Oh, there's a big meat.
Kavak Katsa. Malashka.
I wonder. Oh my god, he's fast. Holy shit, he goes so fast.
Ushka Mitri. Kavak Katsa. Malashka.
I assume there's some kind of reward for this. Oh, I feel like it's better to hit. Oh, Jesus, they go so fast though. I don't know the speed of it.
Ushka Mitri.
This is actually kind of hard. Cause like they start going so fast when they're. They start going so fast. Try fleas? I mean, I can see if I can use tools. I don't think that works though.
Kavak Katsa.
But yeah, you spend time recovering from a jump, but you can't. Like, I can't stay on the ground because they go so fast. What if I... Oh god. I hit him like off the fucking screen.
Kavak Katsa. Malashka.
Oh. He's so far to the side, like I can't... I could have hook shotted him, I guess. Oh!
Yanaga Mushke.
We have a new champion. With your skill, I'm certain you could best all 3 of our games and become the grandest champion of them all.
Punta Osh.
You are the greatest of all of us in the flea juggle, but will you challenge yourself to ever higher achievements?
Paravost.
Oh wait, so there's... Oh, okay, so... I see. I wonder... So we got 39, yeah. 65 for dodge, 42 for bounce. So I guess we just need to be the champion in all of them. I figured I was like, there's no way we needed to do more than that, but maybe there's like some special reward if you get like high enough, but I don't know, maybe not. It might just go forever. Bug, world is ending, nothing left but to test ourselves. This trial is flea dodge. Stay upon the platforms, avoid attacks, longer stay gives bigger score.
God on the beach.
Alright. Flea dodge! Oh. Oops.
Pashma. Mush. Mush.
Oh! Okay, so they don't actually... Okay, I see. So they don't actually hurt you. It's just... You just don't want to fall off.
Mush.
Seems like the spawns are random though, so sometimes... Jesus!
Pashma. Mush. Mush.
Whoa, big boy. No! You friggin' please!
Pashma. Mush. Mush.
Can you pogo them? I don't actually think you can. I tried before and it didn't work. Oh no, you can. I guess I just messed up. Okay. I mean, I figured you'd be able to, but I guess I just... Yeah, I slightly messed up the hippo. Whoa. No, oh my god, dude. He was coming at the way. It was like the perfect timing.
Pashma.
Like right as I was about to go down, he was gonna hit me. Maybe I could have pogoed him. I don't know. Sometimes they hit the same platform like in such rapid succession. You. Oh my god, it's perfect. It is a perfect timing, dude. Oh, the fucking drugged up flea. The drunk flea. Yeah, yep, yeah. Nice timing. Fuck, man. I was just about to land on the platform and then it went away, dude. Oh. No! You every time! It's like I was right there, dude. I was just about to land on it, man. Oh, god damn it, dude. Like, the timing is just perfect. The fucking drunk flea every time, man. I thought he was gonna. Oh, that's so troll. I thought he was gonna destroy it first, and then he didn't. Ah, you jerk. That was close. Tried to save it.
Pashma.
I didn't. I thought. Okay.
Pashma.
I thought I had my double jump, but I didn't. So I tapped A and then it hovered instead of double jumping. Sometimes you just get comboed like so hard you just can't get back up. The moment you get back up, there's just another one that hits you off.
Pashma.
I thought I could pogo him. You need to pay attention to where he spawns. I don't know. I should have double jumped there. I should have double jumped over both of them. Where's big guy? Yes. Keep going. I'm the fucking flea dodge expert. I'm locked in. The intentional hit. Oh. Oh, fuck!
Shasha.
The trial has ended. Bug not flea. Impressive was your performance. Your score exceeds even my own. See skill so much. Moments before everything ends gives me unexpected joy. Rishkiz, I congratulate you, champion. Dude, there's gonna be some people who do that minigame, like, there's gonna be somebody who goes to like 500 on that, or like 1,000. I wonder if they actually go forever, or if there's an end. Find out. I will let somebody else do that. You're a champion of flea dodge. I'm okay. That was a fun little mini game, though. I'm so glad the frickin' fleas aren't all dead. At least not yet. Hopefully never, but... How shameful for the world to end while poor Krat still has so much living left in him. But how sweet of you to join me here. Will you play the flea bounce game that I may appreciate the beauty of your agile form while I await my doom? The play is simple. Leap up and keep bouncing on the fleas who fly past for as long as you're able. Oh! Well, we got it. Vikna, my dear one, my dancer, the game has ended and you have proven yourself the champion. None can best your score. You have shamed us all with your fearsome grace, but will you keep playing for me, yes? The end of the world need not be a lonely thing. We probably have to go talk to the leader now that we're the champion of everything. Miss Hornet, you have proven yourself the champion at each of our flea games. I'm confident now that the grand champion of our festival has emerged. It is none other than yourself, of course. And thusly must our final ceremony begin. Please prepare yourselves. Oh shit. Gathered here we are to honor the grand champion of this very final of all festivals. Now, Miss Hornet, strike the great effigy with all of your might. Money! The pinata! Woohoo! Yippee! Oh, the big boy! He's doing a flyby. Dropping the banners. The confetti. Oh, a pet! Oh! Woohoo! Awoo! So the great ceremony has reached its climax, and its grand champion has emerged. Thank you for spending your last moments with us here, Miss Hornet. Though the world will soon end and our paradise will crumble, the memories of friendship we all shared shall surely echo through an oncoming void for all eternity. Flea Master, your sentiment is kind, but this world will not end. Oh, how good of you to speak words of hope for our benefit, but we have accepted our fate. Come, let us forget the past and revel together. It is not merely hope that I offer you, sir, but a promise. This kingdom's suffering has a singular cause, and by my own claw will it be cleansed. Perhaps not every flea will survive what is coming, but the world will not die, and your settlement may still see the chance to prosper. Ah, you speak with such conviction, but I cannot bring myself to hope such. I am sorry. Come what may, we fleas will be here until the end, and the games will continue, of course. Celebrate with us for as long as you wish, dear friend. Oh, that we could play the games forever. Grand Champion Bug called Hornet, will you once again challenge the Flea Dodge trial? I'm okay. Oh, what a happy ending. Oh, look at him, he's all juiced up. Oh, there he goes. Oh, we get free brew now. We don't even have to pay. Good friend of fleas is you, Miss Hornet. Now must join and drink much. Be merry before all ends. Brew is made enough for all. No charge for you if needing more. Why waste when future is final? Aww. Oh, the big one in the back doesn't sing. The other ones in the back do sing, though. Goodbye, fleas. I'll be back later, don't worry. I'll be back once we save the world. Alright, well, we should go upgrade the nail one final time. There's a cool secret at the right side of the lake. Are you talking about the Craw Lake? Yeah, I know. Resident, what a marvel you are. Continue to dare the wilds and darkness and returning home to us unscathed. I return with hope worth sharing, Pavo. I've seen a way to calm this chaos, one I now work swiftly towards. Chance remains slim, but if this town can hold and my efforts succeed, Farloom may seem a future yet. Unless are you talking about the lake by the fleas? Because, I mean, we already went over there. Unless there's something else, like a secret that I missed. Well, are you sure that I haven't done it already?
Holy amor.
The graves within the great wood. Hello. Chakra, you pit yourself against the black-threaded bugs. They are dangerous foes, even for a hardened warrior. I relish such danger and have little choice besides. These creatures besiege the town within. They are relentless and empowered. It is the void, stretched up into this world in its husks. I know it well, this force, its nature. If it senses soul within, it will drive voracious towards it. As you say, many bugs now huddle within the bells. Nowhere else is safe with this black threat rising. Some luck at least that I chose to remain and can offer my ring's defense. Chakra, I seek to end this new disaster, for in it I share much blame, but no, I shall need time to complete my task. I ask you hold fast till then. This town and its bugs need a guardian, and I could think of none better. Very well, Hornet-wielding Needle, a pact made strong. If you are working toward the venom's end, I shall fight with faith renewed. Seek swift to calm our crying land, Hornet-wielding Needle. Know that I shall remain here to stand against these husks gone dark. The timing on that. I'm trying to think where the graves are. Up here is where the purple flower lady is. And Stickbug, what the? She's gone. Fucking parry it all. Yo, what's up, Lepa? What have you been up to, dude? I haven't really been on Twitch that much because I've been playing this game like 12 hours a day, but... Have you been playing Silksong or you been doing other stuff? I don't know if this is your kind of game or what, but... Oh, this statue. You can't interact with this anymore. Playing No Man's Sky. Oh, really? Nice. Oh, nice. We found him. I'm actually in the right spot. Help me, bugs! Well, yo, what a fearful fright you've saved poor Pliny from. Such a delight at longest last to see that fine needle dance and sing.
Customer.
These deadly roads are deadly roads to wander, Pintmaster, especially with the black silk threads tearing the lands apart. Your greatest chance for safety lies in Belheart with your fellows. You could protect one another and perhaps in time rebuild. Oh yes, of course. 'Twas not Pliny's wish to abandon his dear Bell friends, but with the world now ending, I had to come and say one last farewell to my sweet Melitola. I should be returning, though, quite rightly. Our town will be needing a Pinmaster's fine work now more than ever. Ah, how welly romantic it would have been had the lost pilgrim struck me down beside her grave, to lie together forever as the world crumbles all around. The fortune has claimed otherwise, and perhaps 'tis best for the humble Pinmaster to continue his trade a little longer. These uncertain times will bring much new work, I should think.
That's fine.
Stay alert on your journey home, Pinmaster. If you encounter other bugs upon the road, I advise you avoid them as you are able.
Buenera.
All right. Hey, Lil Crashman, thank you for the sub. Thank you for all the subs, guys. There's been like... Sorry, I'm like too immersed in the game to be... Sorry, I haven't really been thanking all the subs, but... I appreciate it, everybody. Alright, let's go... Go upgrade our nail.
Yanara.
It is fortunate to see you return, Pinmaster. The roads between here and that deep woods grave crawl with violent foes. I had concerns for your safety. Brave warrior, my hero, 'twas indeed a fearful scramble home, but safe I now am, and a warmly pleasure to see you too, for the world has darkened indeed. In such times, the task for a Pinmaster is clear, to polish and sharpen and refine, suchly that the glimmer of your blade may pierce through the encroaching murk.
Mi offende?
Again, Pinmaster, I must ask your slid service. I bring another gland of oil. Oil, so much. This bug is past surprise. It is time, methinks, to see your blade's work finished, to bring about a shine bright as none before. Welly now, why wait? Why would you have me begin? Would you have me begin, traveler? Oh my god, I don't have enough fucking money. Alright, well, time to go do some of the deliveries. Oh yeah, let's see. $33? Hey, I mean, that's not bad. Hey, it's passive income, baby. Dude, Fleetopia is so far away, though. I don't know if I want to do this delivery. I feel like it's better just to farm somewhere, honestly. I don't know where the best spot to farm is, though. Especially with the enemies being, like, abyss now. Where is the best spot to farm? I mean, the coral gateway was pretty good, but... I guess we also have a psalm cylinder we can... Yeah, but those two enemies aren't next to the bellway anymore. So the abyss has like fucked up that farming spot. Oh yeah, yeah, maybe. Yeah, okay, honestly, I think you're right. That's in Farfields, right? Yeah. I think Farfields is actually the best spot. not here. Higher up. I was gonna say, that seemed a little too quick. I guess they only dropped 12. That's not great, actually. I could have sworn they were dropping more before, no? Wait, are they... Do they not come back? Oh, fuck. Yeah, they still... Well, yeah, no, I know that they take yours, but... Yeah, I guess it's because they were taking some of mine. I guess they don't respawn. Okay, maybe this spot isn't very good. Yeah, I mean, I could leave and enter the room, but they don't give you that much. Farming with the looking for void stuff quest. That's true. We do still need to look for more of these void parts. We only have 6. What zone have we not gone through yet? There's probably one in Deep Docks, I guess. Because we do need to find those, so it's probably good to just look around and farm. Actually. I don't know if the enemies here drop very many, but... Okay. We found one. I assume all these... I'm gonna guess that all of these abyss nodes are in like open world areas. We haven't actually gone through Hunter's March. Holy shit. Oh, is there a pathway that I never opened up here? I guess so. Damn, there isn't any good way to get to Hunter's March, actually. I guess we'll just go through the marrow. Hey, Mr. Khalid, thank you for the 31 months. Maybe there's one of the abyssal things up here. I don't know. I've noticed sometimes when you like parry an enemy, it'll turn like gold. I'm not sure what causes that. Yeah, I guess there's like a perfect parry or something. I wonder if there's only 12 in the world, or if there's more than that, and you just need to find 12. I feel like there's more than that, but... Oh, Wanderer's Crest has a crit chance when it's activated. I see. We have 10 out of 12.
Entuma!
What a toll it exacts on us, this endless combat. Certainly when peace finally comes, we will be in the right mind to appreciate it. You place too much burden upon yourself, sir. Though I share your ambition to free this land from its curse, I counsel you to rest, even if only for a short while. Us rest while you, my dear sister, fight on so gallantly? Ha, we cannot. What would our old village think of us were we to quit our charge? No, regardless of what you may believe, there's strength enough still in these old shells. We must press on. There is so much more for us to do. Let's take a rest. Hello, it's Ale. Alright, well, one more. This is the Wanderer's Crest. Like my favorite one easily, it's so good. And there might be one in... There might be one in Moss Grotto? I don't know. We can go look. See if there's one of these void things. What is that? Oh, a bench. A little doubtful, though. Maybe in this room. Doesn't seem like the void has affected this area. Maybe not. That guy's still voided up. Holy. Not even a boss. Well, it is. It's the Moss Mother. That was the Moss Mother, right? But. Huh. Does not seem like there's any void mass here. Where else can we look for one of these? Maybe let's go... To my favorite place. Gotta be one in here somewhere though, right? I don't know if we're gonna see the void thing here, dude. I don't know. There's no... I'm looking for one last void mass, but it doesn't seem like there's any void mass at all in Vilehaven. I thought there would be one. I mean, maybe there is here. I don't know. I don't think there's anything here. So then the question is, where do I go? There was like 4 in fucking... There's 4 of them in the marrow, dude. You know what? I think there's probably another one in Deep Docks. You got it. Nice. The bell heart. Is there another quest here? A distressed bug was heard calling for help near the bellway atop the great sandy steps. Wait, the Blasted Steps Bellway? Oh, near like the... Right, because these are called bellways, yeah. What's up, buddy? Is that Zaza? Gotta save him. Let's go, Zaza. Oh no! Here, Garmin, just have some music. I don't think it works. Holy shit, Garmin. Okay, we need to get behind him when he does that. Are you okay? He's okay.
Nesvir.
Sir Knight, I'm sorry. This was the only means to free you from the cursed threads. Oh, fret not, little one. Be proud, you've grown so strong. Daza, let us rest just a little and then we'll be away. Hero's Memento. Oh, another memento. Oh, poor Zaza. He's dead? No, he's okay. He's just resting, chat. What if I go back now? All right. Oh. Old bug friend, let's meet back home. It is now my charge to care for those who stay here, including yourself. Okay. You guys said that the best way to farm money was Greymore? No bench here, though. Not here, I guess. Oh, God. problem. Oh, traveler, with the lands outside fresh struck by fell events, it's good to see someone still surviving.
Xenophora.
This new curse proves a threat even to my strength and shell. For your own safety, barkeep, I strongly suggest you remain within your walls. Aye, well, you're welcome to do the same. Stay and wash the troubles away with a few bells of nectar. Though, given the scale to them shakes, I'm thinking it might take more than just a few. Want him for a drink? Sure. What does this even do? I don't even remember. Oh, it gives you silk. There are more enemies, or do you just kill those too? You know, I feel like there's a better spot in, actually, I don't know. Like, along this pathway here is a ton of enemies, from what I remember, in the coral chambers, or maybe it's along here. Go run on the mill. I don't know. How much am I even getting from this? Not much, I don't think. What, 21? I have 90 in your inventory? Yeah, I know. I have the thief. Okay, does anyone actually know how the thief tool works? Because I tried to use it, and I couldn't really get it to work. All right. Fully upgraded. That blade by Claude is done, sharper than this pinmaster would have believed achievable. Shining pale and clear. Bonva, stranger, you have granted my wish and more. Your blade is accomplishment to match those of the great pinmasters past. Farloom may ail, but throughout its morbid dim, your needle will shine bright. Alright, fully upgraded. Wait, did we get an achievement for that? I don't know if we actually did. I guess there isn't an achievement for max upgrade. Unless it's not the final upgrade. I think it is, but maybe you're right. Okay, well... we still have the sprint quest, but not really sure where that is. Let's just go... maybe it might still be in this area that we haven't been to yet, so... Where's the last oil at? You get it for saving all the grubs. Saving all the fleas, yes, sorry. Yeah, you can pay money to learn where the fleas are. Sadly, it's not free. Nothing is free in this game. I gotta say, the economy in this game is like... In base game Hollow Knight, you didn't even really have to kill enemies. Like, you could just loot enough stuff to get enough money for everything, but in this game... doesn't really work. Doesn't seem like there's anything here. Were you trolling me? Unless it's not here. Oh yeah, he did say he didn't find the cross summons, you're right. I feel like I... Okay, well tell me this. I need to use my ability, right? Like the new ability I got? Oh. Am I in the right area? Wait, it's just over here? It's just to the right. How the fuck did I miss this? What? Oh, it's this guy. Warrior, I heard your approach. Why do you come? Surely you've no desire to see these long collapsed caves. The way was open, sir. I merely followed the path through. Am I correct to guess you were once a resident of these borderlands? Aye, and glorious they were in their time. Farloom's end approaches, but my caves, these caves, fell to fate long before. Of that fair land I am the last, now to remain till the end and remember the splendor that was. No more talk, warrior. Permit me this final moment of memorial. As you wish, sir. I shall disturb you no longer. Oh. Right. Hey, Lorpaz, thank you for the gifted sub.
The myth we made by grace, by blade, all bowed before we princes green.
Holera.
Wait, but why though? Why does it go to the left here? The right? Yeah, I can see my fucking eyes, brother man. Like I can use my eyes. Why does it go to the left? To get back? Wow, it's almost like I can just... Yeah, that's clearly what it's for. So weird. I don't know. I guess it is just why not, I suppose. What in the... Okay, fine out. Oh. These guys are fast. Okay, well, we'll go that way. This place is big, dude. We get to use things a lot. Yeah? Capital, built grand, the seat of our sovereignty slipped from my mind. Why does it fade? Why can I not recall that sacred place?
Mittor.
Are we like restoring his memories?
Oh gosh. Yeah, Steel Soul mode would be so scary for this game. This place is fucking huge. Guess we fall down there. I don't know if I should have dropped down here. Oh, sweet. This is... Okay. Not having a map is so rough, dude. Oh, I think we're back at the start. Okay. We go back. You missed one bubble light before? You mean the one that I just did right now? Nice. Here the trail of the stag touched pale. We hunted her, felled her, as none were before were able. Proof it became of our majesty, mark of our divine right.
Ram.
Ooh. Pale stag. Holy crap. Teleporting so fast. A spot where I could drop down. Was it in here again? We did this.
Mittor.
Why does it fade? Why can I not recall? Fuck. I guess we're still missing one. We did this. Maybe here?
Telia.
These waters at land's edge and the shrine atop, our furtive escape, our brief retreat from rule. So many moments spent simple, joyful, free.
Marvasa.
I really want some like Indian food tonight. Sounds really good. When three fonts weep, our sacred shrine shall rise. Bench? Map? Aha. Ooh. Fancy. Lift your voices, know our grace. Oh shit, we did something happened. Wish we had a map though. Thing is, we haven't even found a bench. Yeah, it is a dream sequence, so maybe there is no map. I don't know, it's confusing. Like, the thing is, though, this was not in... That's not where I entered the dream, I don't think. I don't remember dropping down. Can I... Oh, that's what the left path is for. It's a shortcut. Wait, is this not... Thought I knew where I was going, now I'm not so sure. Not going the right way. I need to find the... Not passing doors, dude. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna try not to rage at chat. I know where I need to go, but I don't know where it is. That's the problem. We need to go to like the web location, but I thought I knew where it was, but I don't. This is just... Wait, did I ever go in here?
Maru Assa.
Begin to see this land abandoned, betrayed, and a throne I could not sit alone. Your immortal bugs caught beneath beneath a being pale. Devotion or destruction, these are the only fates my kind allow.
Caspin?
Feel guilty at your absence, sir, but know the end was inexorable. The outcome set whether you remained or not.
Maru Assa.
Not seek to consummate, warrior. This memory is mine alone. I'll not brook your brutish intrusion. You dare who trespass this sacred chamber, ready yourself to see us and know us, for Dania's rulers together in our finest... Oh.
Mitto.
Tamilian?
Maruka. Veranu. Shaku.
No, I find it kind of weird that your tools don't regenerate, like, in a dream. Can I just go up this way instead, or... No, I have to go... God, this is so far. Wait, what? Is it? I feel like if I go left, I'm gonna leave. Am I gonna leave the dream? Yeah, I know. I know where the boss is. I'm fucking exploring. Okay, sorry. Some of you guys like. didn't forget where the fucking boss is. Yo, what's up, Blue? Dance and love and end together. Defeat the Clover Dancers. The conjoined heart, it beats sharp and clear. Yeah, it's weird how you're here, but why is that? I guess they didn't want to give it away too easily. I find it strange that why was the icon down here? Oh. More? Okay. There's a different one. Oh. Oh my god, I'm getting destroyed. Oh, so I guess... Wait, how many of these dreamer fights are there total then? Oh, there's 4. Map? Oh shit, Verdania. Cool. Dang, so I could have had the map for this area if I had just explored to the right. Okay, wait, we got a map for every area. What the fuck is Grimoire then? Is that even real? Are you guys fucking trolling me? Oh, they're together. Wait, so how do you get to this area then? What the fuck? Pilgrim's Rest, really? I looked so much there. I mean, I don't want you to tell me where, like, don't tell me exactly where, or well, okay, is it at Pilgrim's Rest? I mean, I can find it, but like... You found it day one. It's in Hunter's March. You know what? Hold on. Let's go back to Hunter's March because we actually like barely explored Hunter's March. That sound is so satisfying. Jesus. Anyways. Oh shit. That's not good. The bugs saved my ass there, not gonna lie. Oh, you know what? Hold on. There's a shortcut here that I never unlocked. I think. Well, let's go. Maybe it's by the Beast Chapel. Look there first. I don't think it's here. Aha! I tried jumping up here before, I think when I got double jump as well, but... Whoa. Ooh, that's cool. So you need to do Act 3 to get here. Oops. For Mori. What the? Wait. Oh, it opened up this though. Oh, so it's a path in the far fields that opens up by going that way. Oh, and I bet the sprint guy is gonna be here. How much money here? 130. Holy shit. Oh my god, and a necklace? Damn, that's like 500 right there. Holy shit. Like that's so much. Consider like this game, I don't know. They're like so stingy with the rosary. Oh Jesus. I feel like they're so stingy with the rosaries sometimes. Just back at the start. How I got up there where the money was. That's where the money was, right? Just to... Okay. Not having a map messes me up. Sounds are so scary. What do you mean blind? Are you talking about this path to the right? Or are you talking about something up? Oh. You know, I heard a noise. Okay, chat. I jumped up and I hit the ceiling and then I heard a noise. Okay? And then I jumped up and I hit it again some more times and I didn't hear anything. And I was like, oh, well, whatever. I guess I just heard something. Oh, what a shock. Discovered again so easily, like a hapless little hatchling. You're gonna make a sport of tracking me. I'll have to redouble my efforts at camouflage. Oh, are you observing them too, Hunter? The red shells are plentiful here, stalking these vast grassy plains and the last of its bony beasts. Compared to the caves below, this lush growth feels even greater. Have we crawled close to the source of their sustenance? I must discover its secret. I will, by my father's wish and for hope that our dying lands might find some means to endure. Just be careful, young one, I urge you. Here you've reached the ant heart's domain. There may be discoveries worth making, but a single mistake will see your shell's sharp end. Yeah, we haven't actually seen this, this bug in a long time. Okay, well there's a path to the left and a path to the right. Oh, okay. Am I gonna beat the game today? Well, I already beat the game, but... Oh, Oh, it's this door. I think of speedrunning the game. I'm definitely interested, yeah. I don't know what category I would want to do, though. Honestly. Ooh, a bench. I need to do 2 more endings. Well, actually, I don't know how many endings there are total. Somebody said there was 6. I've done 3 endings so far. I mean, like, true ending percent could be cool. But, I mean, any percent is probably going to be, like, the most popular. Oh, we have a map here now. Oh, that connects back to... Okay, hold on. You just needed the bench to update? Yeah, yeah. Cool, we have the shortcut now. Alright, let me, You have true ending. I don't have true ending. We're doing true ending right now, man. I have, like, ending on the way to true ending. Okay, well, there's this pathway, but... What the? Hail beast bringing ruin, we had sensed it. You riding harsh, our final fate. Power you come seeking, mine is fated, mortal, time taken. Great one, I come not to see you as you are, rather I would have you recall what you were before the pale monarch, when once your heart beat bright and brave. That beating heart I would take, though know my intent is worthy. Seek it only to save these lands, to break them free from this fatal sickness born of thread and void. Cha, you may, beast, if you can. Mine once was power, wild, power proud. Okay, well, alright. I'm not gonna do this yet, because... Oh, another locket. I feel like there's something up here. Will I try hitless? No. I'm not really a hitless enjoyer. I mean, I would maybe consider trying Steel Soul, but I would honestly be more interested in, like, doing a speed run. Ooh, what is this? Locked out from one of the endings on this save? Yeah, maybe. Who the...
Oh, hello, Todd.
Hoi, hoi, a nimble opponent appears at last, at last. Oh, it's the sprint guy!
That's fine.
I was intrigued by the challenge you issued on the Bell Settlement's Wishwall, sir. Though having reached this place, I wonder at your choice of location. To seek challengers, you should choose somewhere less far afield. It is a rare chance any bug would journey to a cavern so distant.
Oh, Sayoma.
True, perhaps, though once discovered, could there be a more perfect spot? This giant, bony body so distant from Farloom's ales. Here, freely, we could test our speed and our sleek shells. Here we may race. You must be eager to step to the task, challenger. Fulfill my wish. Let us discover our limits together.
Buenera.
Finamina.
Okay, hold on. I need my juice.
Oh, Fayoma. Finamina.
May our mighty contest of shells commence. But a final note, Nimblebug. If you ever run off course or desire a quick convene, simply play what music you're able, and my companion shall whisk you back to our starting line. Okay.
Oh,
Now the track calls us. Allow me a moment to assemble a course worthy to test our skill. Aha. Fucking zooming. Yippee! Having the speed anklet makes such a big difference, though. I imagine you can beat him without it, but it's probably way harder. You probably have to, like... Yeah, it's probably a lot harder. So this is defeat. Can it be? Whew. Shell so fast. Wonder of Farloom. A bug whose pace could match my own. Though I set a simple course, you have proven its match and more. Take the small reward, Nimblebug, and remember well our grand contest.
Oh, no, Sophia.
A rosary necklace. The challenge, the course, it shall be improved. Yes, yes. The truest test is still to come. We shall fly fast together once more. Oh.
Teraname.
That match is now a new track worthy of your skill and mine, no longer merely a test. Meet the challenge and my speed full. Let us break through our limits and see what waits beyond. Oh.
Oh, Pinocero. Teraname. Oh, Pinocero.
Okay. We need to hookshot the blue bugs. Or the blue bulbs. I guess we could have kept going just to learn the route, but I don't think we can use the juice. I need to get ready for the cooldown, though. Use the trinket that makes you run faster using silk. Wow. That's such good advice. It's almost like that's what I'm doing.
Oh, Masakera.
Again, truly incredible. Was it the course? Did I lose focus? Or are you simply the bug I've waited so long for? Her of such skill that my wish could at last be granted.
Yoma.
Another reward must be given for your speed, Nimblebug. One deserved in full.
Ah, hola,
The
Sophia.
challenge, the course, it shall be improved. Yes, yes, the truest test is still to come. Dude, you...
Simero.
Our last race was grand, yes, but now I see I set too mild a challenge for one as sprightly as yourself. I prepared only to race, but you arrived bringing destiny. In you, my wish may finally be granted. The barriers of speed broken wide. Are you prepared, Nimblebug? The time is upon us. The final test.
Oh,
All right.
Pinocero.
I thought it was over there, man. I thought we just went down.
Terra name. Oh, Pinocero.
Aha. God damn it, dude. Alright, it's fine. We got it this time.
Oh, Pinocero.
Double jumps be slowing you down, yeah. Silk regen might be nice. Yeah, that's true, actually. Woohoo!
Ah, Pakuro
Whew, you have done it! Woohoo! Never would I have believed a shell so fast in all of Farloom, wonder of wonders.
Oh, no,
You have proven it, Nimblebug, fulfilled my wish, seen my pace matched and beaten, my limits broken wide. The course can be improved yet. I honestly, this has been fun. But wait, before you depart, your exceptional skill requires an equally fine reward. This fine shard of ancient mask is yours. Take it, cherish it, and know you shall forever have my thanks. Well, we only have two... We have two left. What if I want to be juiced, chat, huh?
Drenare.
Going in. Not good at OSRS. Excuse me. I have an Inferno cape, thank you very much. Did I get on stream? No. Because I didn't want to deal with chat flaming me every time I failed. Inferno fucking pissed me off though. It took me like... I don't remember how many tries it took. I think it was like... I think it took me like a week. It was like... I would do like 1 or 2 attempts per night for like a week. Alright, anyways, I'm gonna go grab a drink. I will be right back. All right. Bite me. Carmelita. No. So much spikes. So many spikes. Yeah, I got a little greedy there. You fucking leveled up. This is a cool fight. I think you just want to pogo her when she does that. One thing I gotta say, I could definitely get better at using, I feel like some fights I use the hook claw or like the grapple ability a decent amount. It's so good though, because it counts as like a melee. But it does use some of your silk, is the only thing. Oh my god, dude. I can't get to her. She's just... When she, like, goes into phase 2 or whatever, she gets a lot harder. She speeds up so much. I kind of wish it was just the boss fight, though, and you didn't have to, like, fight these enemies first. I guess when phase 2 activates, we could summon the drones if we want to just kind of brute force this. Okay, we gotta short hop that. Oh, that's really not good. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm dead. Oh wait, no, why did I do that? That's not what I meant to do. Well, at least these fights are still dream fights. But honestly, I don't even think these fights are necessarily that much harder than, like, other fights in the game. Oh, she's so fucking, like, oh my god, she's so fast, dude. Well, I'm like, yeah, I know it's greed, but it's like, I need fucking silk. I need to heal. Like, I can't just sit there and dodge like 40 attacks in a row and get like one hit. Like, if I'm getting one hit every, like, 4 attacks, it's like, okay, I have to dodge 40 hits to heal once. You know what I mean, though? Like, you have to play aggressive to a degree if you want to actually be able to fucking heal. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god, this fucking fight, man. It's like... Oh, it's ridiculous. I don't want to change my, like, my charms, but going in with the full bar of silk isn't going to do anything for me, my mate. Like, that's not going to do anything because... Phase 2 is the only problem on this fight. That was... That fucking truck. Go! The frickin' bug bot got him. How we hunted, how we sang, my children, I saw you glorious. Whew. Yeah, that's definitely the hardest of all the dream fights. If there is only 4. I will say that's pretty tough. The Hunter's Heart. Alrighty. Grimoire time, yeah. Okay, well... we're still missing a skill. We have all the yellows. We're missing 2 blue charms and 2 red charms. And a skill. Let's go see if there's any new... maybe there's like new quests? I don't know. We're missing 2 masks as well, I think. Oh, there is another one. The Hidden Hunter. A huge red shell stole my precious keepsake and disappeared into the fields. Please chase down the thief and recover my treasure.
Oh, mas querer?
Let's get a desk for my house.
Oh, yeah.
Do I have another... I don't have anything to give. Oh, we can get the money now. Wait, how much money do you think is here? 300? Holy shit! Yo, stacks! Holy shit!
Oh, mas querer?
Let's get the blue paint.
Oh, yeah.
300 is nowhere enough? Well, that's from like... that's only from like an hour, though. Oh, yeah, I still need to get the pouch upgrade. Well, that's okay. We can come back and get our... and collect more earnings after. Oh, we can sit. Nice. Yeah, I gotta say the paint's kind of not great. Between deep docks and far fields. Okay, I think I know where. Getting that early would be huge. Wait, where did I get that? that nest. That was in... I don't think you can get that early, right? That's like an end game thing. Oh, it was from the crow boss. Wait. You actually could... Well, I wonder what triggers that. I wonder if you could get that early. Maybe it's only Act 3. It's at Act 3, yeah. I guess you could get it right at the start of Act 3, though, maybe. But still gets a decent amount of mileage. They said the bell shrine between Deep Docks and Far Fields. Oh wait, can I track here? Unless, maybe it's the one above, I guess. Oh wait, I can track here. These traps are fucked up, man. I'm not sure if you like miss stuff by going straight to Act 3. I don't think so. A lot of rosary beads coming here at least. Twisted Bud, isn't that in Bile Water, chat? That was a little bit too much face tank, I reckon. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna grab this bench here because I don't want to die. To go. Right here. Oh shit. Oh god. Oh god. We just kind of brute forced that one. Oh jeez. Brass doll. All right. What do we get for this? I think somebody was saying it was a mass shard? Oh, it is. One more shard! Let's see if there's any quests at Song Claven. Pain, pain, do you hear her cries, cursed spider spawn? Farlam suffers for our pathetic mortal ignorance. We fail it, and it falls. Knowledge is needed, more and more. It must be hoarded, sought, strength to understand, to calm and quell. It is action now that needs taking, Vault Keeper, by myself and those left alive who would aid me. Seek solutions in your texts and psalms as you may, but they alone will not be enough to heal a pain so great. Ah, what has she brought it? More treasures waiting on a keeper's insight, yes? Here you go. Oh, so we're missing one. Yo, Eric, thank you for the 62 months. Thank you, man. He was sitting here for hours listening to a prayer on repeat. Yeah, he likes it. What's our completion now? 89% still? Ella says hi. Oh, nice. Yeah, this game's been really, really good. Oh, you know what I just realized though, chat? We still never went up at the cradle. Maybe we should go back up there? Although... the pouch upgrade? I don't think I have enough money. Or wait, do I? How much was it? 450? Oh, it's... Oh. Wait, what? It's cut off. You have to go from the cogwork core. I missed the hidden area in Weave Nest Alpha. I don't know if I did. Stuff missing near the abyss? You mean this part right here? Chat, one fucking thing at a time, please, for the love of God. Like, oh, I'm gonna do this. Honestly, I think that's why, like, it's been so hard in this playthrough to, like, it's just, I think of one thing and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go do this. And then chat's like, oh, you should do this, or you should think about that, or you should think about this. And then before I know it, I went somewhere, I've gone somewhere else, and then, like, I'm just fucking traveling all around the world. It's the right way. I'm so confused. Wait, what? Aha. Going up. Wait, this is just... This is... Wait, I'm confused. This is just where we... Blame. For harm. Oh, it's a new skill. Spin lethal talons from thread that seek out enemies. Ooh, that seems cool. Find all silk skills. Wait, it looks like there's something there. I hate those bugs so much. Rest? Oh gosh. My bad, I should use the hook. Okay. Stop being stupid. Can't pass through here. No! Oh my god! Why am I so stupid? Okay, that was... Oh no, I didn't stay on the ledge for long enough. Hold on. Time to farm some more soul. Can you even kill these guys? Oh my god. Oh! Well, back to our good old fucking favorite spot. Charge the hit. I don't think that helps. I don't think I get any soul if I do that. That's bullshit, bro. I fucking hit that ledge. No, I did it again. It's so stupid. I have to wait because I have no soul. Okay, I'm just getting impatient. That's all there is to it. I'm just getting really impatient. Oh, I can do it. I'm just getting impatient, that's all. Okay. Alright, here we go. First try. Never mind. Oh. Oh. Oh, nope. What is this place? Oh, we're on top of the world! Is this Grimoire?
Husband?
Out there lie the endless wastes. If I cross them now, Farloom shall fall to a black fate of my making. My choice is made. I will not abandon its bugs to that grim end. I must descend again and cut them free. So what, can you choose to just leave? Nameless town. Small tunnel leading downward descend. No. No. Oh. Actually found something. Well, what happens if I descend to Farloom from here, though? Because this is... Keep playing music back there for lore? And there's somebody there. I don't... Do you think he's telling me to play music there to get the surface memento because he wasn't paying attention and was trying to backseat? New one doesn't give dialogue? Oh. I don't have enough soul. Hold on, I gotta kill some buggies. Alright. Now only the wind from depths below. He came far. Friends seduced, now only the wind. The weaving ones beckon. Okay. I gotta say, that was kind of a crazy parkour section for... Maybe there's like a quest to come up here, and we're gonna have to come back later. Probably. Oh, this might be a path to something we haven't... Oh, this is just... the bench. Okay. Well, wait, can we... Oh, okay, we can go... We have a... We have a shortcut now. Nice. There's no map for this area. No, you couldn't go further left. Yeah, it could be DLC stuff, or... Maybe there's like a quest there later. Yeah, this is right... This is where you kill... This is like above where you kill the... Where you killed the final boss. Grandmother Silk. Alright, let's equip our new spell. Oh wait, it's already equipping. It's already equipped. Alright, chat. I think it might be time to go... What's our completion now? 90%? Yeah, getting that final 100% is gonna take... It's gonna be a lot. I mean, we can go back down to the Moss Grotto, I guess. See what's up with that. Oh yeah, we can go to Weave Nest Alpha, because people were saying I missed something there. Also, I still don't know how to get... I still don't know how to get to White Ward. It's crazy that you can just chain the... Or I don't know how... There's like a key for White Ward. Right here. That goes down. It's like an ornate key slot.
You are a multitude within a single shell of being truly unbound. To aid your growth has proved a grand task, even for one as limited as me. My last act permit me to ask a final selfish request. Your talents have provided great benefit, Eva. What is it you desire of me? Only to have my own soul, my own memories bound within your shell, as you have done with those others throughout these lands. I would not define as a crest within you, but my small strength may still grant a final boon. If you ask to be subsumed, know your mind would cease to be in any independent sense. I know, and I still seek it gladly, to be united with one unbound. This is the kind of escape I once prayed for, though the weight of ages has almost made me forget. Dear lady, would you grant me this request? Sure. By your grace, I am at last broken from my fate. Gladly I accept your union, Eva. No longer shall you suffer eternity alone. Silksong. Oh, Silk will regenerate while resting at a bench. Yo, we got the Salubra's blessing. Already been up here. Well, so if you want to parachute, you have to hold, if you hold down, it'll automatically parachute instead of double jumping. How did I miss this, man? No way. That's crazy that I missed this. I can't believe that. Well, that was easy. All masks, baby!
No, I don't have all the spool fragments. I don't think. Wall looked sus. What, all the way at the edge there? I don't think that's breakable, chat. I mean, it does look kind of breakable, I agree. But it's not. Oops. Now that I have Eve united, the door above is open. I don't think so, but I mean, I can check. We're not inspecting? I mean, we've already been there. It's... Far right of Songclave near fence. What? Like over here? Are you sure? I feel like I've been there. No, I don't. Okay, I feel like the yeah, I need the ornate key, not the surgeon key, which I feel like that's what the other guy's trying to tell me about. Oh, look at that refill. Damn. I don't think the key is over here. No? An ornate lock, but surgeon key is correct? No, it's not. I already got the surgeon, or wait, what? Oh, the surgeon's key? Yeah, I already found that. That's not... That's not where I'm trying to go, though. I don't know, I'm so confused. I feel like chat is like, some people know what they're talking about and other people don't, but I found a surgical key. I found literally the thing that was called surgical key and I used it to open a door and now it's gone. So, is there 2 surgical keys then? What's up, QTT? I feel like I explored Whiteward so much. Is this it? No. All of that for a choral commandment? Maybe in here? No. Under the elevator? Maybe. Maybe you no, because you can't go back up the other door. You can't go up from the underworks. It's blocked. So there's no way to make the elevator or wait, maybe? Oh shit! Yo, I think that's the final one. Nice. Okay. Well... %93%. Holy moly. Wait, maybe I can go up here. Where's the alleged key? Good question. Gotta be down the right path. Maybe it's at the forge? Oh? Oh? Pause, champ. Woohoo! How do we miss this? I don't know. I feel like I even tried to jump up there. Or I don't know, like normally whenever I see like a path of light, I normally try to like jump at it, but I guess I missed this one. Oath of the White Ward, while song must be sung, none may falter. Infirmity, sickness, death, all are banished from our citadel. Oops. All right. Oh, oopsies. Beautiful. I'm so bad. Is this an Act 3 only path? No, I think you could make it there with double jump. Oh god. I don't like this. I don't like this one bit. The unraveled. This is a boss fight? Bro, I can't see anything. Okay, the lighting got better all of a sudden. I don't know why. I don't know why, but oh. Ooh. What's that? Holy fucking chungus. Oh god. Oh. No. Oh god. What the fuck is that attack? Oh, he's so big, dude. Oh, I'm itching my nose. Oh, you can hit him hard during that. Saving tools for 110%. It's fine. Oh, what's that? Ah. Wait, what if I could just... I wonder what this is. They are ours, bound forever. And that's insane. Acquired all silk hearts. Wait, what even are okay, I feel like really stupid asking this question, but what are silk hearts? Because there's the spool threads and then the mass fragments. Oh, it's your base regeneration. Okay, I see. Wait, this is new. We didn't... Oh. Oh, the final cylinder. Nice. It's all coming together. Oh, it's this door. Should I have done that? I feel kind of bad now. Music? Well, he's fucking dead now. I can't play music to metal parts. Oh, this is the bench room. Alright. You know what, we'll buy a bench. Just for the map progress. Alright, nice. Hell yeah. I missed something there? Did I? You removed block from another direction to this location. I'm not sure what you mean. Am I missing some places in the slab? Well, I don't know. I don't know. Am I? Here you go, your final cylinder. Last surgery of conductor Mazzello performed in White Ward's operating theater. Yes, see them all. Its collections gleams complete. Such sacred understanding, stored safe. You have performed your part, Weaver Spawn. The agreement is concluded. Knowledge and rosaries, all were past fair. No more between us. Leave this keeper to his treasures and their insights. It has given its service. Now this keeper wants its time alone. What the fuck? Crunchy. So the thing is, we're still missing... Oh, you know what? Let's go, I can actually go there right now. Give me your crafting kit. My service to you, Bugretta, as it concludes, I must be confessed. Now long I have felt my rotors slow their spin, my lifts them weak, an ending is felt, coming sudden certain. Welcome. Whatever fading you feel has not shown in your craft, master. You have provided tools of immaculate make. What will follow if you pass? Would another take your place? One cannot. The skill to construct an architect, that was taken by time. I am the last final. The core remains to sustain the song, but no more architects to tend toil or build anew. Strange, for Farloom Eternal, states the directive cage, but how can eternity sustain without an architect to serve? This seems error? An end? Error welcome? How upgraded is my... Oh, it's maxed. We're at 95%. The ring of keys. The keys are like we already used. Alright, let's go check our nest, chat. So in Act 3 chat, you get something that you can build on your house that generates you money automatically. 122 rosaries. Nice. So we're missing 5 mementos. And I mean, a lot of materium though. What the hell is... We have, oh yeah, we have another scroll. I guess we're missing a weaver effigy. That stuff doesn't matter for 100%? Oh, really? Okay. I wonder what the last percentages that I have is then. Well, I imagine the true ending is part of 100%, no?
Lelo Slim.
Personal spa? And a gramophone? What? I want a personal spa. Get the music.
Melanor.
How do I play the music? Oh. Now I can play some surgery in my house. Yo, Zoptodon, thank you for the 2 months. And Pan-Fried Puppies, thank you for the 28 months.
Yanara.
Soon, Pavo, I shall calm the chaos. Please guard these bugs safe till then. I finished painting my house.
Caspin?
Oh yeah, they did. It looks pretty good now. I didn't even notice. The spa was the best option? Well, yeah, but we need this. We need it all. I guess for completion, then I'm missing the tool. I'm still missing 4 tools. The thing is, I feel like there's a isn't there? Wait, how much craft metal do I have? 1. I could have sworn there was like a vendor somewhere. You don't need that stuff? What? What do you mean you don't need that stuff? You're telling me you don't need it for 100%? The charms? No fucking way. I'm pretty sure I have to buy the tools somewhere, but dude, I need more money, man. God, you need so much money for this game. It's crazy, like... Blue, do you know of a good spot to farm? Because honestly, I don't really know. I feel like the Hunter's March actually is pretty good for money. Just like going through all of the Hunter's March. The Void killed your good spots, same. There's a hidden vendor in Hunter's March. Is it this guy up here? By the High Halls elevator. Wait, so how does the Grindle charm work? Because I tried it before, and I didn't understand. Do you have to kill with the? You have to use the silk spear? Well, no, but I equipped it. Wait, wait, do I have that even? Are you talking about the snitch pick or something else? Because do I even have something that increases rosaries? Oh, yellow. Well, this is just shell shards though, right? Wait, bottom right. Oh. Oh, wait, what the fuck? I don't even remember when I got this, dude. I somehow, like, completely did not pay any attention to when I got this. Wait, at the elevator, you said? I don't even know where the elevator is. That... Oh, you mean the big guys? Yeah, I realize you lose some of your rosaries when you get hit. I could probably just nuke this guy down with the pale nails every time because of the bench. I mean, it's decent. I don't know if it's best to go back to the bench or just to... I get a lot if I manage to kill... I wonder if I can always kill him before he voids. Farm the ones near the first shrine. Yeah, they're... You can run, like, along this way, and there's quite a few of them, but I don't know... See, they used to be here, but I don't think they are anymore. Yeah, there's only one guy here now. I wonder, though, it might be better to get the bench by the elevator. Oh, not here. Yeah. Some of the spawns are gone, sadly. I don't know. You have to go through a loading screen for this one, so it's probably not better. 2 loading screens. 3, actually. Yeah, no. I mean, this is decent. I do wonder if... Yeah, it's decently quick. It's weird how sometimes he dies in 5 hits, though. Honestly, I feel like having this charm on and just going through Hunter's March is probably like the best, actually. Maybe not, though. Well, I need more than 1100 though, because I need to buy those. I need to buy the other tools. Two ones left to the city in Citadel. Are you talking about the ones like next to the Grand Bellway? Like right here? Because those guys aren't there anymore. I have so many shards, yeah, but like I don't need to use Yeah, but I mean, he just the guy dies instantly. Like it doesn't really matter now. Yeah, I need to really make sure not to get hit though. It'll take hours. What do you mean? Not that bad. How much is the rest beside the spa? I don't know. mean, this isn't the most exciting, but whatever. This is for the spa. But we need a bit more to buy the tools from the guy in Hunter's March. We're almost there. Lost 1k geo and rage quit. Oh no. I don't know how much I need. Gonna be the best part of the 100% speedrun. Well, I don't think you need any house upgrades is the thing. For like 100%, but maybe I'm wrong. can't stop it. What is he doing? I'm farming money. It's very exciting, I know. All this for a bathtub, yep. Thought he was dead, man. I love how people keep backseating though about spots that don't work anymore. Oh, we almost got enough, chat. We're almost done, chat. Falling asleep here. Alright, we'll do 2 more and then we're done. All right. Let's change our charms back now. What else do I have on? Honestly, the fact that you know, Wanderer with weighted belt is probably insane. I guess we can put the harp on. I still don't know. Like, this can stagger enemies or, like, keep them pacified, but I'm not really sure what other benefits there are. Alright, so we need to go... Well, first off, let's go to... Wait, where? Okay, there's the Merchant and Hunter's March. And then we need to go to Bellheart. We're gonna go to the Merchant first. The right way. Well, actually, no. Deep Docks is closer now that we unlocked the shortcut. Okay, we need to go up and then across. I don't know if I found all the Weaver stations. What? Fucking dead. Am I cooked? Or are his tools just somewhere else now? Oh wait, is he? No, he has like spikes in his back, chat. Pretty sure he's dead. Well, one of the merchants was dead and I found his tools like around the world. You know what? Now that I think about it, I wonder if for 100% if the strat is going to be to just let the NPCs die and then pick up the tools. Because then you don't have to buy them. other tool was above him? Above him? We were already here. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe I already have the tools then? I don't know what tools I'm missing. Missing 4. I mean, we bought the curve claw. Okay, well, shit. What am I missing then? I don't think I have the 3-fold pin, do I? No. That's what I'm missing, and then whatever this is under the ring. I found the pimpillo, yeah.
Lelo slim. Oh, yeah.
From a zone I haven't found. Oh, really? For Mori? Oh, hell yeah. Worth. Not really, but whatever. Alright, well... we got it. We had to do it. Donate to the guy in memoriam. Wait, you guys said there's something I missed in the sands of Karak? Really? I feel like I explored that area pretty well, but... Ah. I guess you need Act 3 to do this. Or you need the ability. What? Oh, I'm hitting it. Oh, I see. No! him, bugs! Fuck him up! Volt filament. Ah, charged organ from a defeated Volt Verm can be coiled around thread imbuing silk skills with electric charge. Oh, that seems really cool. Oh, shit. Wait, is that? We found the outcrop of Voltridian, and we also found an outcrop of, like, Flintstone. Oh yeah, we found magnetite at the mountain too, that's true. Oh, it's just a way back. So is that it in Sands of Karak, chat, or is there anything else? I'm gonna go up here for the bench. Oh, just died. You ascend here? What? Oh. Wait, I see it. No, I was just thinking, I wonder if I missed something here. Oh god. What? Yo, 3 damage. I wonder if it would be better. This is kind of in a shitty spot. I'm not. Oh. No way, man. Nice. Please don't go phase 2. Oh my. There, are we done? Okay. It scared me. 96%. Somebody said we missed something in Greymore? Wonder where. Wait, is it... I feel like I've gone through Greymore so many times. Where is the triple dart? The triple knife? Oh. Near Verdania? Really? God, dude, that's crazy that there's something there. I went there like multiple times. Well. Yeah, I mean, you can't find everything, I guess. Isn't that the joy of Hollow Knight? Yeah, of course. I mean, well, like, the exploration is the best part of Hollow Knight. And yeah, you're not gonna find everything the first go. It's just I'm just saying, like, I spent so much time looking in this area because I couldn't find Verdania, even though it was like in the most easy spot ever. Because there is that area above that I saw, and I guess I never really... Or no, because we're there right now. Oh. Oh my gosh. I was literally right there. How did I miss this? That's crazy. Jesus. Well then what? We're missing 2 more pins? Does anyone know what this is? Or what this is? Oh, well, I guess we can go to the... Because you guys said there's something by the Fleetopia that I missed, so I guess we can go there. Wait, what's this? Oh. Oh yeah, let me equip the Volt. Summons electric kunai. Oh. Aha. Oh, shit. Is Mr. Mushroom here? You speak the wish of the Master Herald, he who signs an age's end. Under chapel fallen to the monarch's might, over camp collapse to the black thread plight. Scorched field on edge, shells black and burned, up towers spinning near the surgeon spurned. Page of one who raged against the silken lie, the heart of frost who soars on high. Past cradle's peak, last test of fitness, that the age may pass, this shroom its witness.
Venera.
The herald visits this land too. If he is here now, then great change or a savage end is inevitable. He would care to see nothing else. Oh, shit. Mr. Mushroom! All right, well, yeah, I mean, I have no idea where to go for these two final charms that we need. Also, this Mr. Mushroom quest, I assume it doesn't tell you where to go. I mean, definitely does not, but it's a riddle. Over camp collapsed to the black thread plight. Scorched field on edge, shells black and burned, towers spinning near the surgeon spurned. I mean, it doesn't seem too bad, but page of one who raged against the silken life, a heart of frost who soars on high, cradle's peak, last test of fitness, that the age may pass, the shroom its witness. Okay, so, well, I'm guessing cage of one who raged against the silken lie, that's the final boss, no? Past cradle's peak, last test of fitness, is that like... Is that the final, that like bullshit parkour section I did? I think it is. Yeah, the very top of the world. Yeah, well, we have a shortcut there now anyways, but... Oh, I don't know, Chad. I want to try to finish 100% today, but I don't know. Like, maybe... I mean, I know we don't have that much left, but like... It's gonna take a while to run to all the Mr. Mushroom locations, and, well, I don't know how much of, like, the quest... I mean, I feel like we're close, but there could still be a fair bit of the abyss that we have to do. I don't know. I think I might just finish tomorrow. I don't want to try to rush it, so... I think tomorrow we'll finish Mr. Mushroom and the final quest. And yeah, I mean, whatever, if there's like some other stuff we missed, chat can help, I guess. Yeah, it's getting late. I really want to get some dinner, and we still have a lot left. Well, okay, we don't have a lot left, but we still have like a fair bit of stuff. I mean, we have to go to like 8 different locations for Mr. Mushroom. Or six different locations, actually. And then, yeah, I don't know how long, like, the final section of the game is. It might also be it's probably a pretty difficult fight if it's anything like Radiant. So... I don't want to overdo it. 40 hours, man. It's crazy. Oh man, this game has been so amazing, dude. It's funny how, like, I got the first ending 16 hours in, and then so much of this game is optional. There's just so many areas. It's so crazy, dude. Okay, I will. By the way, chat, is Grimoria actually real, or is this just a meme at this point? It's a meme. Okay. It's Greymore. Yeah, this has been so much fun, chat. Thank you all for joining me for my Silksong playthrough. We will finish the game tomorrow. I can say that for sure now. We're definitely finishing tomorrow. And then after we finish, maybe we'll look into like speedrun routing for the game or something, see what the any percent run looks like. I don't know. I mean, not see what it looks like. I mean, I don't think any, well, maybe some people have started routing, but yeah. I don't know, it would be there's a secret area you missed too. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a fair bit of stuff I missed. You guys can all help tomorrow. It's all good. I don't really mind like the backseating to finish, you know, the few things that I'm missing. I don't really enjoy like running around the map looking for something, you know, checking every single zone again. It's yeah, kind of, it's not that fun. Like when you just have a few things left to find and you have no idea where to go. Like I don't, you know, when you have tons of stuff left to do, then I don't mind being lost, of course. Like I like the exploration, but when you fully explored every area almost completely, but you're just missing like a few things. Okay, I'm just, you guys get me. You get what I'm putting down. Last time you helped, you got banned. Well, there's a fine line between like, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna go get some dinner. Have a great rest of your night, everybody. I'm gonna give a raid to somebody here, maybe.